All right, well, we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Really appreciate everyone being here. This is the eighth convening of our Transit Transformation Task Force. As you know, I'm Mark Sullivan, the Undersecretary of the California State Transportation Agency. I really want to thank all of you who are here in person, as well as those who are online. Again, we have a pretty full agenda today. And is everyone in the room able to hear me okay? You will definitely have opportunities for public comments throughout the day and after each of our presentations. As a reminder to all of our task force members and anyone providing public comment, please introduce yourself, name and organization every time you make a remark, just so we can have that for the record and everyone online knows who's speaking. But before we officially kind of kick off our day, I would like to just kind of thank the folks from Riverside County for having us. I'm really, excited to be here in Riverside. I always feel like this is, one of the most underrated downtowns, that I go through, especially around the holidays. So I always love to come to Riverside. But with that, I would like to begin by inviting up Aaron Hake, the Executive Director from the Riverside County Transportation Commission, to provide some opening remarks. Aaron.
Thank you, Undersecretary. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Riverside. And I agree with you. This is one of the more underrated downtowns in California. And I hope, you know what? This is one of the first days in months that we've had rain here. Otherwise, I'd invite you to all walk around our wonderful downtown during the day. There's some amazing shopping and food. It's a thriving place, and really infrastructure is the reason that it transformed about a decade ago. The city of Riverside made a lot of investments into its streets, into making the downtown more walkable, and putting grade separations in. We've made investments at our downtown Riverside stations. The Riverside Transit Agency just finished construction of a transit mobility hub that's co-located with the Metrolink station. So there's a lot to see just within walking distance. So if the weather clears up, I certainly invite you to take advantage of the wonderful city that we have. But welcome to Riverside. I want to thank the Undersecretary and Deputy Secretary for including RTTC on this task force. Your colleague, Ro Luna, is here, our Multimodal Services Director, contributing to the statewide conversation. We're with you. We're with all of you in tackling the transit challenges across the state. What I want to share is that here in Riverside County, we have a lot of experience, leadership. We have ambition. With that ambition comes challenges that you're all also experiencing and with you on those things. Just a few things I want to note. We're sitting in a building that used to house the Press Enterprise, a newspaper for this region, and just it's kind of a commentary, I guess, on where we are as a society. The Press Enterprise couldn't hold this building anymore, and the building right next to us was where they printed the newspaper. So kind of a historical fact for the day. But speaking of transit history, I want to bring to everyone's attention that in the desert, the Coachella Valley of Riverside County, the Sunline Transit Agency was the first agency in California to go hydrogen before there was a mandate. And Sunline Transit Agency is going through the challenges that I believe many of your agencies will go through or starting to go through as you make the transition to the zero emissions infrastructure. And I want to applaud the leadership of the Sunline Transit Agency for being transparent about what those challenges are and what will be needed for us to make that transition. They have a lot of experience in leadership and what it's going to take. So I certainly encourage you to reach out to Mona if you haven't already, and take a look at their facilities and what they've accomplished. And going back even before we talked about hydrogen in California, there was a time when we were transitioning from diesel to CNG, and the Riverside Transit Agency here in this part of the county was among the first in California to make the choice to go to CNG away from diesel. And they are an innovative agency. As I mentioned, they just constructed a mobility hub. They have one on the way, and really doing great work in one of the largest transit service areas in the state. Meanwhile, on rail, we are double tracking the Paris Valley line thanks to Transit Intercity Rail Capital Program and congested corridors money from SD1. We have ambitions to increase Metrolink service, hopefully increase ridership, hopefully have more trains going into LA, into Orange County, and even within Riverside County, within the Inland Empire, building on what a model that we have just to the north of us in San Bernardino County with the Redlands Rail Project, the Arrow, where they have utilized an old rail line just like we have in Riverside County to try to run more passenger rail. So we are going to be building a new transit center and a rail station in the Valley, an underserved community, try to make placemaking out of it, connect it to some of our road projects, and increase service. Another thing I want to note about the county that you may notice as you're here is we're home to many world-class universities such as La Sierra, UC Riverside. We have great community colleges in the desert and here in Riverside. And, students are a big part of who we transport every day on our public transit system. The student reduced fare programs or free fare programs through Metrolink, Sunline, and RTA have been extraordinarily successful in transporting their students. The environment that we operate here in Riverside County is pretty challenging. You may have seen flying into Ontario Airport on rooftops, not just the houses, but the warehouses. We have the highest concentration of logistic warehouses on the planet. The BNSF and Union Pacific Railways come through here. We have the trucking routes from all the state highways that come through here from the ports of LA and Long Beach as the goods are going out to market throughout the rest of the country. So in addition to this tremendous growth in goods movement and warehouses here, our transit system also contends with the huge population growth that we have. We have Menifee, the fastest growing city in California. We have several other communities that are very high on that list. People move here to live in a choice community where they can afford a home, afford their living, have good schools, safe communities, and the lifestyle that they want. But it does create a challenging environment for our transit operators, one that we try to serve as best we can, just $300 million a year in all sorts of funding. So that's the highlight of this region. I want to thank you again for coming with you. This is a very interesting agenda you have today. Following it closely at our CTC, the topics we'll be talking about today in terms of what's driving cost increases, what are the needs for funding, what are things we can do to streamline processes. Those are all things that we are very interested in and also have a lot of experience to share and things to contribute to the discussion. We are seeing significant cost increases, not just on highway projects, but on our rail projects that are on factors beyond our control. We are trying to figure out what to do as we speak on some of those issues. So we're solving issues in real time. And I just thank you. And we're here as a resource. If there's anything we can do, please let us know. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Aaron. Really appreciate it. Then, for every item that we do have an opportunity for public comment. So I can pass it over to you in case there are any comments from in the room or online.
Great, thank you, Mark. So as Mark alluded to, we have both public here in the room, and we also have many participants on the Zoom call. So I will first take anybody who'd like to make a public comment who's in the room. We have one in the room, and just a reminder, you have 2 minutes. Introducing yourself and the organization of that.
Hi, my name's Adriana Rizzo. I live here in Riverside. I'm here representing California Electric Rail and Inland Urbanists. I'm a transit writer, transit advocate, and welcome to Riverside. So Riverside, San Bernardino metro area is actually one of the top 25 metro areas in the country. We actually have more people than San Francisco, but we have the lowest transit mode share of any major city. I think a lot of that comes down to funding. Unfortunately, we just do not have the levels of service to make transit ridership convenient for a lot of people. The bus I took here this morning on RTA comes less than once an hour, for instance, and not on a clock-based schedule. And again, a lot of this comes down to funding. I think, we have just less overall funding from sales tax compared to some people. A lot of transit revenue coming from Measure A, which is a tax measure, but only 15% of that tax revenue goes to transit. The majority of it's the lion's share is going to roads. And that's something we see consistently from agencies that are prioritizing road projects over transit. Unfortunately, a move to renew Measure A that would have increased the share for transit has been killed due to political issues. So the funding for transit in the long term in this area remains uncertain. I think, moving forward, I think we would like to see both more state and local support for transit. some other challenges that we have in the area. I think, those of you who are coming from outside of Riverside, you may have flown into Ontario Airport. There is actually no direct transit connection from Ontario Airport to Riverside. Okay. Instead, SBCTA is prioritizing this, the Ontario Airport Connector, which is a low capacity redundant project that does not provide regional connections. This is something that service-led planning and some of the other reforms we'll talk about today would actually help remedy. There's a lot of other stuff I could talk about here, but I'm low on time. But again, welcome, and I hope you'll get to work on some of the challenges we face for transit, especially particularly in underserved inland areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public in the room? Rachel, is there anyone on the Zoom call who would like to speak?
Yes, we have one raised hand. I'll go ahead and unmute Ian now.
Rachel, anyone on the Zoom call who would like to speak?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hearing, we'll continue with the meeting. Thank you.
Yes, just this
Great,
is
thanks,
Ian
Mike.
Griffiths.
So we'll move into our more formal agenda here. And we'll actually start by taking care of some of our administrative items. So with that, Mike, can I call you back up to call the roll?
Sure, I'm gonna do it from here, that's okay, and I'm gonna call your, for the task force members, I'll be calling your name in alphabetical order, and if you could, please say somewhat loudly, if you could, if you are here. So, Homie Ajise. Here. Rasheed Barnes. Here. Alex Bosselman.
Here.
Sharon Cooney.
Here.
Ian Griffiths. Amy Hans.
Here.
James Lindsay. Present. Eli Lippman.
Here.
Juan Matute.
Here.
Kate Miller.
Here.
Laurel Mo Luna. Stephen Murphy. Laurel Pageant Seekins. Michael Pimentel. Robert Powers. Carl Sadork. David Swarsa. Tony Flores. Laura Tolkoff. Mark Tollefson. Michael Turner. Terry Watkins. Mark Watts. Melissa White. Jim Wonderland.
That concludes roll call. We have a quorum.
Great. And then you all should have received the meeting minutes from our December 10th meeting in your packet. I'd like to go ahead and have those or take a vote to approve those. Do I have a motion to approve? Motion Sharon Cooney.
Second, Carl.
Second Carl.
I'm sorry, who did the second?
Carl Sadork.
Thank you, Carl.
Mike, can I have you call the roll?
Yes.
Home
Again, not that forward.
Ajise.
Rasheed Barnes. Rasheed Barnes.
Alex Bockelman. Sharon was the main motion, so
I'll go on to Amy Hans.
Yes.
James Lindsay.
Yes.
Eli Lippman.
Juan Matute. Kate Miller. Laurel Mo Luna.
Stephen Murphy.
Yes.
Laura Pageant Seekins. Michael Pimentel. Robert Powers. Carl seconded. Laura Tolkoff. Mark Tollefson. Michael Turner. Terry Watkins. Motion passes.
Right. And can we advance the slides, please? All right. So yeah, as you see, we have another full agenda today. We'll hopefully be able to kind of move through pretty quickly here, but a lot of meaty topics to tackle. So as we kind of dive into the agenda, the next item that we'll really want to focus on is discussion of our 2025 Transit Transformation Task Force roadmap, where we've been, where we're going, and really talking more about the process that will unfold over the next several months as we build towards that October report. Trying to take in a lot of the feedback that we had from the last meeting to just get a status check of where we are and ultimately where we're headed. Then we'll get into a couple more of our recommendations from our staff reports and the technical working group based on feedback that we've heard in the meetings to date. So that'll be on fleet and asset management, as well as transit system oversight and reporting. Then we'll dive into a couple additional topics that I'm sure everyone will, be inclined to have a robust discussion on, which is following up on our discussions of additional funding and revenue sources to hopefully address a lot of the priorities that we've discussed. And then we'll get into a little bit of a discussion of reforms needed to really reduce capital construction costs as well as timelines, which I know is a challenge for many of you and a lot of the operators throughout the state. Then we'll have an opportunity for additional public comment for items not on the agenda. And then we will do a preview of what's to come in our next meeting. So with that, I'd like to move to our next agenda item, which will be a discussion of the 2025 TTTF roadmap and report process. And I'd like to turn it over to Hunter Owens.
Thank you, Mark. Hunter Owens, Caltrans, supporting the SB 125 task force here. Can we go to the next slide, please? Happy New Year. As I think everyone knows, we've got about a year left, a little less, to deliver this report to the legislature in October of 2025. With that, the task force, we've had these discussions, we've set up this framework, we've brought a number of staff reports. Now we want to start discussing what the final report will actually look like. So for this, we've prepared a draft outline for your review to give us feedback on what you want to see us prepare as we bring the report to you in sections over the next few months and over the meetings for the rest of the year. You may remember in various staff reports, we were talking about the principles that this task force would have, and we took votes on them, and we currently have 4. We are again hoping to keep that within the 4 to 5 range. If we need more, we're happy to take more, but we wanted to have these as big organizing sections for the report. So as you can see here, those are the 4 main strategies and recommendations in which we've slotted in the various topics that the legislature has asked us to cover in this report. And obviously within that, you'll see the recommendations that this task force has passed each of those. I also want to flag out that we've put the section 1E material, that's stuff the legislature has asked for information, but not recommendations on under Appendix A. Although obviously some of the findings and materials from section 1E will inform all of the recommendations in section 1F and any other recommendations the task force chooses to adopt. Just to kind of go on to some process notes on the right side of the slide here. In terms of new broad topics that have not been brought up at the before at the task force, we have capital construction costs today, which was recommended by our task force members, and in March, we are hoping to discuss ADA, accessible transportation more broadly, and sort of that whole host of issues. We have not received any more broad brush issues we've brought up, but if any of those do come up, if we could get those as soon as possible so we can start preparing materials for each of those discussions. To put a somewhat fine point on it, time is of the essence here. We also know that not all the recommendations are in various statuses. Some of them are coming back to the task force based on your feedback. So we're going to continue to have that cycle going throughout the year. And then just in terms of process, we are putting together the content. We're doing that jointly with our technical working group. And then obviously the TTTF will be reviewing it. And then finally, we're thinking about breaking this up into sections. The sections are sort of to be determined, but we're not going to drop the entire report on you all in one big, 40-page document, but you're going to get chunks and have a lot of opportunity to edit and provide feedback and base that on. Give us the opportunity to make it reflect what we all are trying to accomplish here. Let's go to the next slide, please. So just a timeline between February and March. We are kind of reviewing the draft outline and hoping to get that finalized and approved by the task force in our next meeting. We are going to start repairing those reports and bringing those sections back to you again, sort of in the May, July, and August timeline. And then that will put us on track for a full release in October with all of our recommendations put together. You will also be seeing the content that you have requested additional information on coming back to you during these TTF meetings that occur between now and October. Let's go to the next slide, please. So just to kind of give a status of where we are on all the items, content, these are all the sort of broad topics that we've been asked to tackle for recommendations. So the section of 1F, along with the 2 additional ones that have been requested by members of the task force. Again, if there are additional ones that you all would like to request, please email the SB 125 inbox. We will do our best to get those scheduled, shortly. Which meeting we have had sort of the initial discussion on those, and which meeting draft recommendations are reviewed. I will also point out that on all of these, whether the recommendations were approved, modified, or are coming back, you'll have opportunity to continue to get review and approval on all of that as they get finalized into the report. So just want to mention that. And with that, I will conclude and we will take comments.
And before we get into our task force discussion, would like to open it up if anyone in the room or anyone online has public comment.
Great, thank you. So we had a technical difficulty just accepting everything after the meeting started. We found out that the Zoom participants cannot speak, so we're going to try it again. Rachel, can you hear us? And if so, can you let us know?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And so I understand you had a public speaker during opening comments. We'll take that individual first, and then we'll get into the public comments for this particular topic. So if the speaker is ready to make general public comments, please introduce yourself and your organization now.
Great. I'll go ahead and unmute Ian Griffiths.
Hello, this is Ian Griffiths, task force member. I was just chiming in to say that I'm sorry I cannot be there in person today, but I am following along and hope to participate in today's meeting during the public comment period. Also just wanted to state that in terms of additional topics, I think the idea of alternative regulatory regimes for transit was something that I brought up in a comment submitted. So I'll be following up by email on that. But I do think there are other topics that I at least have requested to be considered by the task force that hoping we can cover in future meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel, for the initial part, were there any other public comments?
No, there were no other public comments for the initial part. There is one raised hand that we'll get to after.
So in our meeting room itself, anyone would like to make a public comment? Seeing none, Rachel, go ahead.
Great. I'll unmute Adina now.
Good morning, task force members and staff. Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area, and glad to see the outline of the report and the timeline moving forward towards being able to deliver a report with recommendations in the time for the task force. A couple of questions about that. There are the 2 topics on the capital project costs that are on the agenda today, and the accessible transportation that are on the agenda for the next month are on the agenda for the task force to discuss, but are not yet showing up in the outline for the report. So the question that staff or task force members may wish to bring forward is how that will be integrated into the report after the discussion of the task force proceeds. And also the audio in the room is a little bit spotty. Some people are more clear than others. So if there's anything that can be done to make it easier to hear for members of the public that are following along by Zoom, that would be welcome.
Thank you. And we don't have any more public comments on Zoom.
We'll monitor the audio room and we'll let our AV experts be aware too that the audio is coming in spotty. Zoom. Thank you very much. And that concludes public comments.
Great. So yeah, really appreciate Hunter, walking us through where kind of we're headed with the report. So did want to open it up for discussion from our task force members. If you have any feedback or reaction to the draft outline that was provided, or if you have any other suggestions or questions about the process that we're going to go through. I see Laurel. Let's go to you first.
And we'll put the sequence from public advocates, for questions, I guess. Or but, I think remember when we talked about TDA, it was really focused just on the performance metrics and it seemed to be that it was gonna come back. And so I'm wondering if TDA will come back more than just the recommendations from that first discussion. And there seemed to be some other topics that weren't covered. So that's one question. The second question is, at the very beginning of the process, we sort of had these big conversations about what service levels are needed to meet the climate goals. And I was wondering if I don't really see how that shows up in the outline exactly. So I wanted to understand how that's gonna show up in the report. I think it would be useful to have, like, even if it's not done, like a mock-up of sort of how you're planning on presenting the recommendations, even if you just do it for like one section as a mock-up, so we can see that and kind of iterate or approve that early on in the process. Even for everything else is just like to get the template made. And then finally, it would be very useful to know when all the meetings are going to be for the rest of the year.
Yeah, TDA, we're hoping to have a broader conversation, including the understanding that the initial discussion was not exhaustive. We're not trying to surprise with a staff report or anything. We do know that material still needs to be covered. So that is still, we did talk about it at least a little bit, so that's why it's marked that way. Point taken on the service levels and climate goals. For mock-up visual, we are working on that actively and intend to give it to you pretty early, hopefully knock on wood next meeting, if not early, to get that feedback. And for the meeting scheduled, also, again, working on getting those scheduled and finding rooms across the, for you all to know. So we'll hopefully have that out for you shortly.
And then one thing that I just ask, and I know, staff have been working extremely hard on everything and there's so much work, ahead of us, but I would just ask that, we do provide that mock-up in our next meeting, just so that we're able to move forward with, possible release of that kind of first iteration of the report in May for your review. Alex.
Yeah, thank you. Alex Bockelman, MTC. I did want to really thank you for laying this out, because I think it's really helpful to see what you're thinking here and sort of the roadmap of where we've been and where we're going. So I just wanted to appreciate that. That was something I really wanted to see. So I think a lot like Laurel, one of the things I'm struggling with is sort of the sense of scale for, the transformation, for kind of, meeting the climate goals, for the service levels. And therefore, it's hard to talk about the funding without a little sense of scale. I mean, that's something that we have to look at in our regional long-range plans. I think the state, I assume in various plans, does the same. And I think that's one of the things that I'm having a hard time with still, is how that's coming into this report. So that would be something I would hope that we're going to see. And maybe it's related to Laurel's comment, the place coming.
Great, and I think on the scale question, and hopefully some of this can be discussed in one of our items later today when we continue some of the funding conversation. So please let's pose those questions. Let's discuss as a task force, and then hopefully it can start to shape a little more of what that'll look like in the final report. Laurel.
Hey, good morning. Laurel Molina, Riverside County Transportation Commission. Just a quick question regarding the timeline and the work plan. Are we planning on adjusting some of our meetings in the coming year, just to kind of align ourselves with the release of the different sections? I understand our time frame is getting pretty crunched, so but if just working our way backwards, if the final report is going to be completed by October, will there still be sections that we'll be receiving for review the month before in September? Or are we still sticking to our meeting schedule?
One of the things we're trying to sketch out and get done ASAP in the next couple weeks, so that we can give an accurate, and that will help make sure we hit our targets. Well, and meet our statutory deadlines, but also give appropriate time. for review. So I think we've got the next meeting scheduled, but we do have to get the rest of the year fully.
Yeah, if we can give ourselves maybe at least a good month to review what the full final report looks like, I think that would be helpful and also make it available to the public.
Yeah, and completely recognize, the need for as much certainty as we can provide with respect to schedule and timing of these. As Hunter mentioned, we'll go back and really try to work through what makes the most sense, but if we are holding to like in terms of kind of 3-part release, for the task force review in May, July, and September, we'll probably want to kind of provide enough time for our members to digest that and then come back in a meeting, shortly thereafter. So we'll work through that, and hopefully by the time we convene next, we'll have that roadmap of the remainder of things for the year.
Power Spark, hey, Hunter, so I did wanna also say, nice piece of work with putting a roadmap together that's folks can understand. Yeah. Maybe 2 points and something for you to think about. At some point, I'm assuming there'll be an executive summary in this thing. It didn't show up on the draft. 2, those 4 items there that you listed for whatever we voted on before. If I were writing the report, I would start with the 4th one first, right? And so I don't know if you put those in any order, whatever. It's not, just you asked for comments, so I'm like, but and then
Really quickly, can I ask, would you be able to go back 2 slides to show the outline? Let's see.
2 more.
There we go.
Yes.
All right.
Principle ensure, transit is operational and financially sustainable. I would lead with that first, So I don't know if this is in order and I'm not, commenting on it. I'm just giving you my advice on the thing. And then the executive summary. But then it dawned on me on your next slide, Hunter. And again, I actually like the way you're thinking on this thing. But are you thinking, or Mark, at some point that report, whatever it ends up being, comes back to this committee for an action item and a vote?
That's correct. You will have a chance to vote and modify pretty much everything at least one more time, if not twice.
So again, it doesn't have to be a back and forth. I know how these meetings, so it would be nice to, at least for me, where is the action item in October, or is it before, how does that manifest itself in this schedule? So anyway, Chad.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the way I understand this is that by the time you get to the last release in September, you have the full report. So say that's 45 days before October 31st or something, you have the full report by the time all the sections have been cumulatively released. So I think at that point, you'd have what is proposed as a full report. And then there'd be feedback on that, there'd be public review of it, and then sending it in full form to the legislature in October. So
But at some point, Chad.
Yeah.
It comes here and it's done, and Lindsay makes the motion to approve or to endorse it, or whatever the English you want to use. Bockelman seconds it, and is there a vote?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the idea is really for this report to be a task force
Endorsed by the
report.
task force.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
yes. And not to say that we're gonna be able to get consensus on every single, item. I think that's gonna be challenging with just the diverse group that we have here, but the idea is that to not be, a CALSA report, even though we're, leading up the task force, but it is, of this body.
Agreed. Okay, thanks. Hunter, again, nice piece of work there.
Kome.
Yeah, and I think your last point is important. It's not a Cal story. So I think we should keep that in mind. So we want to be able to have as much input from this group on the report, because that's who's supposed to forward the report to the state. But on that note, I was thinking what we're doing here is we'll have some, for lack of a better term, working papers that will come that build up into the report. And that's really that's where we're going to spend time trying to make sure we have all the ideas and concepts in how the report's put together and what's in the ultimate report would have been decided before. I just don't understand how we could vote on a report after it's like, it seems to me we vote down the building blocks to that. And even before that, I'm still a little bit concerned about whether or not we've had enough time to look at the outline of the report and come to some agreement on what should be in the report itself. I haven't spent time on this enough to say this is going to satisfy where we're going. The key topics. I understand the principles, the groupings of the principles. Maybe that's where you organize the work under those principles. That we spend some time looking at how that flows, and then when it gets in the final draft report, we're not arguing about what's in the report. So that's the work really is between May and September. That's looking at those working documents or working papers that will feed and then get collated into the book. So ultimately the report is just a presentation of what we'd agreed to. But we need to spend some time agreeing on what's going to be out of that elected presentation.
And I think part of what, staff developed in terms of this, work plan was getting to your point, Kome, where we didn't want to just, come August, September, drop a massive report on this, task force to vote on. We did want to break it up into chapters to allow that to be a little more easily digestible, to allow some of that discussion in the interim on some of those. I do think that it is going to be important with respect to your comment about the outline, and hopefully, we can have at least some of the conversation here today. But as far as our next meeting in March, to the point that came up earlier about seeing an example of what a recommendation might look like, will help kind of shape and give the feel from the task force. Is this the direction that we want to go? As well as if there are any concerns or additional comments on that outline that we've presented. So I think we do have those opportunities. I don't want that conversation to push much further beyond our next task force meeting, because there is, again, a ton of work for staff behind the scenes to put together even that first volume for review of the task force. But I'm hoping that, in March, we'll be able to continue this discussion if there are additional comments. Let's go to Michael and then Sharon.
In listening to the comments from everybody, and we're talking a lot about the process of the report, but I think trying not to get into the content of the report, but obviously we're talking about how transit can transform to meet the state's climate objectives. But what we're talking about in a lot of these things are actions that others would have to take, not transit agencies, like potentially the legislature, local government, what have you, right? And so, when you say the question, how can transit transform? There's something we have to be careful about, because it's not actually us that are going to do those things, right? And I think the report has to be clear in reflecting that, right? And so if there's an objective that the state has to achieve something, the content has to be clear about who would have to take those actions, right? Is it the legislature? Is it local government? Is it, somebody else? And because I think we have to make, when you think about the process of this report, right? We're preparing a report that's going to go to the legislature. That doesn't mean, this results in a change in statute or magic money that appears, right? And so I think we just have to think about the content of the report as we think about the process of it. And we have to be clear that this is a recommendation that's being made to the legislature about things that could be done to achieve an objective. And as we think about that, we've obviously talked about accountability mechanisms, and how would those work if these recommendations aren't put in place. So try not to get into the content too much here, but I think we have to think about it a little bit when we think about the process of this.
Yeah, Absolutely. Just a quick note, speaking of the content, you should all have an appendix of all of the status of every recommendation that has been brought to this body. And as it comes back into section, identifying those entities, in that report to the legislature. Knowing that it's not just, it's not just transit agent operators and agencies, is something that is very front of mind, and has been received, from your input, and we will aim to make sure it is reflected as those more fleshed out versions of the recommendations come back to you for full votes. So that's something that's very much front of mind and appreciated.
Sure.
Yeah, just a couple of quick things. I agree that maybe we need to put front and center, how do we get transit agency to be sustainable right in the beginning of the report? I think that has to be a major focus. And then I'm pleased to see that you're going to say continued iteration, because I think the meetings that we have over the course of the summer will be good, because as we have those conversations, those chapters should significantly change, I would think.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Michael Turner, as always, has very good points. And I think we're gonna have to think about three things for legislators, either some sort of hearing or some sort of organized effort to present the results of this. And I don't know if that, and the question I have is that driven by your office, or is that something that we collectively are going to have to drive? Right, and who shows up at those meetings? We all have those relationships, I think, with legislators, and that's gonna change, right? The governor's gonna be different, legislators are gonna be different. So I think that's a question. And then I think something that we really need to consider as we look at that full report is, do we take, in terms of implementation, is the approach, like, these are the top 3 priority things that we need to get done, because frankly, like, we all only have a certain amount of capacity to move things forward? Or are we gonna take sort of the current administration in DC's approach of, no, we're just gonna put everything out there and just try to get it all done and reform everything all at once, right? And so that's where a lot of these reports always kind of fall flat, right? It's like, okay, there's like 50, 60 recommendations in this thing, and because there's so many things, none of it gets done. So we really need to either make a decision of like, hey, are we gonna try to like do everything and just push it all at once? Or are we really gonna focus on 3 things? Because realistically, that's what we can get done. And what are those 3 things that are gonna have move the most amount of funding into the needs of transit agencies? And I think that's also like a question for discussion as well.
Yeah, and I think, that's a good point, Eli. And what I would say is that in terms of engagement with the legislature, I think really that gets kicked off post-October.
Sure.
Right. As far as, the fact that, we are still convening throughout, the remainder of this year through a legislative, session, there may be things that, we've discussed here that ultimately end up in bills on the natural, right?
Right.
So it's, there will be a lot of process happening as we are developing this report, so we need to be mindful of that. I mean, ultimately what we're
And October is a great timeline too, because that's when a lot of these legislators are gonna be looking for bills to introduce, so timing works out quite well.
Yeah, and I would say that really this body, in terms of what we have today, is gonna be really a suite of options to, again, get us to an objective. So as far as the point about how this task force thinks about, we've approved probably 30, 40 plus
Sure.
recommendations here.
Right.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
They all have different levels of probably impact.
Yeah.
Right? As well as some of them will be easier, probably, that we could just do administratively. There are other things that, are no brainers, from a legislative standpoint. There's others that are gonna be extremely challenging, just as we've discussed here, right? Not all of these have been really easy to get everyone on board with. So I think what we could do in the report, and this is something that I'd like to, post to the task force in terms of how we structure it, and maybe once you see that first iteration, we can talk about how we wanna roll this out. But even bucketing some of those concepts or recommendations into either priorities or into, here are the near term, here are the midterm, here are the longer term
Yeah.
ideas. So I think there's a number of ways for us to structure that, and I think we as a task force need to, really think about how we want to present the information.
I think taking a page from CapDI would be smart as well, where you sort of look at your progress and have documented like, hey, we've completed this amount of tasks on the CapDI list. I think would also be a great way to like include accountability on this work as well. So just, it helps us to track that and it helps you all.
Michael.
Thank you, Michael Pinto with the California Transit Association. So I agree with the comments that have been provided thus far. I think the one thing I wanted to speak to on process, really just ask a question on is whether we'll have an opportunity to provide things like written feedback to the drafts in advance of the meetings. I think I just want to recognize at the last meeting, we started out with the assumption that we wouldn't be wordsmithing in real time. Ultimately found ourselves there. I think just for the sake of seamless discussion and the movement towards something that reflects well the feedback from the task force members, if it can be operationalized, would request that we have some form of opportunity to, when see a draft, provide some written comments. Maybe there can be a summary of those comments as part of the review, and then a discussion around here's what we took and why, here's the things that we didn't move forward with and why. That allows us to have a focused conversation, really moving the process forward without being stuck on like the exact words.
Yeah, that's something we're actively looking into under the constraints of Bagley Keene and hope to get back to you within March.
That's my concern.
Yeah.
There's a limitation.
That is, so we're still working with our council to figure out that, but it is, our goal would be to be able to do something like that, obviously within the constraints of the law.
Thank you.
Any other comments or feedback? Really appreciate the discussion, but don't want to cut anyone off if there's additional questions, comments. Seeing none, I think we can move to our next portion of the agenda. So this section will be discussing findings and policy recommendations. And I will pass it over to Hunter to lead us through this portion of the agenda.
Go to the next slide, please. Good morning, folks. Again, Hunter Owens, Caltrans. Two sections from section 1F we're bringing back in the staff report from our discussions in Davis. That will be for fleet and asset management with a particular focus on the ICT based on your based on what we're hearing from you all and also our SMEs and TWG. So you'll see a lot of ICT and electric ZEV related recommendations for section 1F, and then identification of the appropriate state department or agency to be responsible for transit system oversight and reporting. We are not intending on introducing a new principle related to this one. We, in the staff report, are recommending that we keep this under transit should be operationally sustainable as sort of a broader, under that broad heading. Within our fleet and asset management section, and this should you should have a copy of the staff report in front of you. We have four strategies, excuse me. Mostly related to how we can coordinate and incentivize manufacturers to collaborate on zero emission bus and paratransit fleet, streamline procurement requirements and timelines, create sort of shared tools for use across the state, encouraging shared maintenance and infrastructure support, some of the technical assistance stuff, and then finally reviewing some of the ICT requirements and solutions. So you've got that in front of you. In the second part, we have identification of the appropriate state department or agency to be responsible for transit system oversight and reporting. This is one I'm certainly not an uninterested party in this question, so I want to highlight we have not actually made a staff report finding on what the appropriate agency is. However, the legislature has requested that in the report. So that is up to you all as members of the task force to opine on. We are sitting this one out. We do, however, have a number of a number of strategies and policy recommendations on really making things simpler, especially for granting and so whether that's creating, standardizing and digitizing state grants, making sure that, you know, you're not applying for things constantly, really reducing the administrative burden of reporting, knowing that that is something we've been hearing, especially from our TWG, has been a real challenge. And actually just documenting and clarifying processes, as processes are really not shared across the board. So that's the staff report material is again in front of you, and that concludes my presentation.
And before we dive into our discussion, turn it over to you, Mike, if there's any public comment in the room or online.
Thank you, Mark. Anyone in the room would like to make a public comment? Seeing none, is there anyone online, Rachel, that would like to make a public comment?
Yes, we have 2 public comments. The first is Marissa. Go ahead and speak now.
Hi, good morning. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, great. So my name is Marissa Brown. I'm representing the Greenlighting Institute. I actually had a question on the last section, which developed as you all were discussing. So the first part of my comment is going to be on the last section, and then I have some comments on this section. So on the last section, in the presentation of the appendix with the status of the content, it would be helpful to the public to add the dates in which these topics were presented or if they are to come, because looking at that appendix slide was very confusing to determine what has already been talked about versus what will be talked about in the future. So if you could add dates to this slide, it would be really, really helpful to the public. And then I have a question for transparency's sake. This is one of my first meetings with this task force, and can you clarify who writes like each section or agenda item, and then how is each agenda item then approved to go in the report?
Thank you. Rachel, next.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Ian. Go ahead and speak now.
Good morning, Ian Griffiths, task force member. So on the transit system oversight and reporting, you know, I would like to see this body respond to the task here to identify, you know, which agency should have oversight and reporting when it comes to the task force. I think it's appropriate for staff to provide a set of conceptual alternatives here. We talked about this generally. We talked about the range of departments. I think there's a set of possibilities here around departments within Caltrans, you know, other departments. You know, there needs to be something that we can respond to evaluate, to first of all, identify what gaps exist and what are the shortcomings right now that exist in terms of dispersed accountability, and then how different what the different conceptual options are for providing the appropriate level of accountability and oversight, and you know what it would then take us to get there. Would it require legislation? Would it what kind of shifts in authority would it require? So yeah, I'm disappointed that that analysis hasn't been provided, and I think that's a really important task for this body to do. And you know, in order for us to be able to have a productive discussion on this topic, I think it would be very helpful for the staff to work out what are the conceptual alternatives here. First of all, what are the gaps we're trying to resolve? Then what are the conceptual alternatives that could improve accountability? And then we can have an informed discussion around what the right alternative might be.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comment on Zoom.
Thank you, Rachel. No, this is bad.
So just to address to the public, the first public commenter, the point on the dates is well taken. Thank you for the feedback, and for the preparation of the materials and the agenda is set by the chair, Undersecretary Paulson. And then the materials are prepared by Caltrans and CalSTA staff in conjunction with support from our technical working group, comprised of members of transit agencies and other stakeholders from across the state. We take those items to this task force. Our cadence.
Yeah, thanks, Hunter. Oh, all right, Kate.
Yeah, on AA, can we maybe add an AA3 that, I mean, there, some of those things allude to this, but it's more specific. And one of the challenges that we're having right now is that, and I'm gonna use this as an example because this is what's in my face. I have 3 inoperable buses that are brand new in my yard that were manufactured by Proterra. And you probably heard that Phoenix is no longer going to be in the business of electric buses. So I'm wondering if we can't add an AA3 that says something along the lines of coordinating or facilitating a statewide, maybe a procurement for having an OEM step in to support the maintenance and even parts supplies for these vehicles, because I'm not the only one, they're all over the state. And while I think that there are some things in here that kind of address that, it's not specific. And because I'm not the most creative person in this business, but the only thing I can think of is, that we all get together as one state and try to incentivize an OEM to hop into that by doing it all together. So I don't know how you want to frame that, but I don't think it's touched on as specifically as I think it needs to be.
Okay. No, that's great. And actually, I'll pause there to actually give you a minute to maybe think about, what that language could look like. I do want to, before we tee this up, just kind of walk through our different options as we go through our recommendations. So I believe that, it's probably going to work best for us to just go section by section in case there are, more detailed comments. So we'll kind of stick with going with the A's, the B's, the C's, the D's, and then you make a motion and vote after each. So I do want to just remind our task force members of our different options that we have. So we can do a basic motion to approve as we tee up our items. We can do a motion to amend, which I think, Kate was suggesting. She would, take a motion to amend to add an AA3, possibly. At that point, we can also take a substitute motion or a motion to completely table these different recommendations and strategies to be discussed at a subsequent meeting. So with that being said, really appreciate Hunter, kind of teeing up, all of these items before. But we do have those on our screen. So these would be our draft recommendations on achieving fleet and asset management goals and needs. And we have a number of different items here under different strategies. So I would suggest that we start with AA, which are strategies under coordinating with and incentivizing manufacturers to collaborate on zero emission bus and paratransit vehicle fleet. So with that, I'd like to open up discussion and then we can go ahead and move towards a possible motion. Rashidi.
Good morning, Rashidi Barnes, Tri-Delta Transit. On AA1, I'm curious to know staff, when we talk about purchasing standardized specification of zero emission buses, what's the thought process there?
Yeah, one thing we heard from interviews with SMEs and inside some of the reports and materials and reviews is that we see widely disparate costs for similar vehicles, depending on both on the size of the buy, but also who's buying and what the requirement is. So looking at some of the grant programs as an opportunity to drive the market to a lower cost to achieve the overall goal will require some amount of oversight to look at, is this in line? Is there a reason certainly like if you look at the Low No program as an example, you see per unit costs on the bus with a standard deviation. It's pretty significant. We'll try to bring some of those more specifics notes back requested. So looking at how inside the sort of bus procurement cycle, we're making sure that the best deal is achievable, and also providing that support. But that was one thing where it was clear that, there's not necessarily standardization and estimating inside these, everywhere, and that does result in, kind of disparate costs. Potentially achieve that is to just require the estimating inside these programs to be aligned.
And the reason why I was bringing it up is because nationally, some of the conversation around bus purchasing and bus OEMs is that agencies, public transit agencies who are purchasing these buses or have caused, because of their deviations, to your point, have caused a strain on the market and ultimately forced X amount of bus manufacturers out of the market. I push back and say that's not at all true. So I just wanted to make sure you're not asking for us to standardize on or suggesting that we standardize on what type of bus we're purchasing, what different vendors we use, or what seats, for example, we use, or you're not making those assumptions.
No, I think this would be, again, sort of the cost estimation, which is to say, when you've got a like-to-like comparison, is that estimate, and this is done inside a lot of A&E style contracting, should, a steel beam in construction contract A should cost the same as a steel beam in construction contract B. I think a similar, this is sort of a lighter touch approach to that question, which is to say, okay, is a 40-foot battery electric, 40-foot hydrogen, are they gonna be exactly the same cost? Probably not, but we should not be seeing the variation that we have seen. And that estimating is kind of an attempt to thread the needle based on all the feedback we've gotten from both sides of, both sides of the aisle of the issue you touched on.
And then lastly, to Kate's point, I have a Proterra as well. I have multiple Proterras, and I've had one sitting for 18 months waiting on parts. So that's real life money that we spent years ago, and a bus is just sitting there because we can't get parts. That is something that we have to take in consideration, especially when we start talking about bus availability and just maintenance costs and how it impacts our day-to-day service.
Go to Alex.
Thank you, Alex Bachman, MTC. I guess I wanted, do you want to go first, Michael?
No.
I guess I just wanted to bring up sort of the process. I wonder if it's appropriate to first talk about these in total before we go through and do each of them. And that is because my understanding is, on FF, I appreciate FF, but I think the working group, this is sort of encourage review and discussion of ICT requirements and solutions. But my understanding is maybe the working group was a little more bold in some of their comments around that, meaning like, should there really be a more of a review on delay, maybe a little stronger? So I guess I just wondered if there are any like overarching comments that we should take first and then go back to the individual, just in case that's appropriate.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm open to doing that. So what we can do is so we still will take up each section individually as we vote. But in terms of our discussion before we get there, happy to open it up for AA through FF. Any of those recommendations on our fleet and asset management goals and needs. But I don't know, Hunter, you want to respond?
I'll just add in on the working group and discussion on the ICT. Certainly, we do receive a wide, the TWG definitely contributed a lot of discussion. I will say this is an attempt at a synthesis that reflects not just the TWG, but also sort of our best attempt as staff to, take direction from all of our folks involved in this process. That's not just the technical working group, but also our fellow state agencies, and trying to get to that synthesis. It's not going to necessarily be a perfect one-for-one in any given situation.
No, I appreciate that. And I guess I'm just, the things that Rashidi and Kate are bringing up, and think we're maybe facing like really big headwinds right now on funding for this transition, obviously with manufacturers. We have, and I think one thing that I didn't see on here is sort of utilities and kind of the ability to also do the transition with that. So, you know, in thinking about sustaining our systems, if we're not able to, we don't have the fleet because we're making transitions and then we have all of this, you know, it all fits together. So I guess I'm just a little worried about doing not thinking about the whole picture of like whether or not this is gonna further erode the system if we don't take a more comprehensive review of the transition. So I'm not saying that very artfully, but I think you get the point. So that was my comment. So I just thought maybe if anybody had overarching comments, we should have those before we go one by one. I don't have an issue with some of the specifics. I'm just worried about the big picture.
I appreciate that. Let's go to Michael.
Thank you, Michael Pimentel, California Transit Association. Just a few higher level observations related to several of the recommendations. The first is, while I followed Hunter's position or response to Rashidi regarding standardization, I think what I would acknowledge here is that this is very much a conversation that needs to be led at a national level. American Public Transportation Association had established during the height of the pandemic a bus task force that included agencies from across the nation, included OEMs and suppliers, and they wrestled with this concept of standardization. And they have made commitments to come back to make progress on that as a topic, that is a priority, but there was significant discord in terms of the exact approach to addressing standardization. I think as much as it may be for some OEMs a contention around challenge that it creates for them, therefore cost pressures that it creates for the agencies, there's also observations that frankly, the lack of competition that exists in the space, not solely the result of specifications, is something that is really the primary driver of cost for the agencies. And so on AA1, again, we'll get to this no doubt with the vote. I would encourage that we reframe that recommendation to simply make reference to the national efforts and support for that federal level conversation on standardization rather than trying to find something distant for California. On the comment that Alex had made around ICT, definitely appreciate the perspective of going stronger on the language. I would say that frankly, I'm surprised that language even this strong was in the report, just knowing that there is potential discord between CARB and other state agencies and departments on what would be appropriate. And so I really appreciate that this much is observed in the report. What I did want to just maybe speak to and just make sure that for the fellow task force members, there's broad awareness of this. The work to address ICT requirements and their impact on the agencies is work that's getting underway through a new and separate body that is established at CARB, GoBiz, and CalSTA. It's going to have broad participation from us as an association as well as our partner, CalAct. We're looking to wrestle with a lot of the mechanical issues related to zero emission transition, bus availability, utility issues, electricity rate designs, funding programs, et cetera, through that body. Where I think it is appropriate for us to continue to apply pressure through this body is in taking that holistic approach that Alex has talked about, which is really considering what could be cross purposes of transitioning to zero emission technology and scaling up transit service. Finite resources, fungible resources, increased capital cost comes likely at the expense of operations. And so I think we can keep it at that high level that's appropriate, just recognizing that a lot of the, again, mechanical considerations for ICT be handled at the CARB level in concert with you all and GoBiz. So my comments, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Then we'll go Eli, Kome, then Laura.
Yeah, I just want to put a marker on AA2 about we have this unique opportunity here in California. We have both a trained workforce, the technology, and a clear market signal with the CARB requirements for zero emission buses that we have to comply with by 2040 for thousands of new buses. You know, this is really a big opportunity for us to bring a manufacturer to California and keep them in California in the same way that LA Metro was able to achieve with Kinkashario in the Antelope Valley to produce light rail cars. You know, and that was really a huge win for workers and bringing manufacturing jobs to here. And so, you know, I think I appreciate Michael's comments about this is a national problem, but I think California has actually both the workforce and the technology and the know-how and the market signal to get it done here. And I think we should really be leaning more into AA2 as a real opportunity within California to recruit and develop that technology. I think what should be sort of considered here is working with some of our clean tech incubators, like the LA Clean Tech Incubator. I know there's another one in California because they have also the opportunity to identify and leverage technology and new technology to move it.
Yeah, I appreciate the outline layout of this, various recommendations. I think taken individually, they come across as trying to reach some objectives, but to Alex's point, there's a need to have this overarching conversation about the intent of this particular set of recommendations in terms of fleet and asset management. I take Bob Powell's point about leading with the operational and financial sustainability of transit. I mean, that really is the key here. That's what we're trying to get to here. And so what are some of the things that are mitigating against that? We're seeing, at least in this conversation so far, we're seeing the fact that we want to get to ICT, but we don't have manufacturers because they're just, and in fact, we've bought vehicles that are not working because manufacturers are disappearing from us. And so is that an imperative for this group? Because if we can't even get fleet supply, we can't get vehicle supply to us at value, how do we maintain the viability of transit? Because that to me is like, it's an existential issue in the first place. So talking about, creating this specifications and all of that, we still have to have folks that can deliver on them. And what are we doing to make that happen? I think to me is a key point. We've done this in the past with the California car, having some specifications that allows us to meet our needs in the state. That was very unique. It's focused on real, but it seems to me we can actually build a market for, as part of this conversation, coming out of this, we can build a market for vehicle manufacturing in this state. The question is, what is the critical mass we're trying to get at? And do we have an estimation of what the need statewide is, such that we can say we have this need over the next 20 years in terms of manufacturing? And can we begin to talk about that? Because I just feel like we're just talking about this, incentivizing manufacturing, all of these things. These are great points, but we have to get to the basic issue of how do we reduce the mitigating factors that are causing us to not have access to equipment. And if we need to delay ICT, if ICT is going to be a whole different task force that talks about equipment, well, I mean, that's another, I'm frustrated. I'm really frustrated. Not at anybody here, but I'm just frustrated with the conundrum we find ourselves in, where we're talking about transit survivability, where we can't just look past the issue of the fact that we can't We can't get vehicles to meet our needs. What are we doing to get to that point first? And do it at a reasonable cost. Because ultimately it's a zero-sum game. What you spend on capital takes away from operating. If we can then get to where we reduce the capital cost, maybe we have some more resources for operating. Because when we get to the next item, to talk about revenue, it's gonna stare us in the face again. What are you trying to buy?
Yeah.
I just feel like I'm not organized in my thought process, maybe because I'm frustrated, but I feel like we need to have a concept of what we're trying to get to in terms of the fleet that we're trying to arrive at in this state. And I could see different levels of vehicles that we need for different levels of services. So standardization doesn't mean we buy one size that fits all. I think we can talk about this in strata. But we should also be thinking about how do we bring manufacturing to this state, because we have a critical mass that can sustain manufacturing for the next 20 years. How do we define that? I think, to me, that's a strategy that should be part of this.
And on top of that, our goals of reducing VMT, increasing ridership, there's a very tenuous link between a zero emission bus and those goals. So we should also be considering that.
The bus doesn't show up, people don't want to ride transit, right?
Right.
Sorry, I'm talking out of turn, sorry.
Just before, we do have a Mineta Caltrans report that we can provide to this group on the state of the ZEV manufacturing industry in California. That is useful to get at some of those size and questions of just, some of those, like how many buses, how many are coming down the pipe, what's the size? I will caveat sort of the exact summary of the report, which is the California bus market is big for us, but is small on the global scale. Relatively speaking, but that can obviously change depending on how the task force is. So we'll make sure to send that out to you all as part of our notes, because I think that's some helpful reading. And I also feel sympathy on this is a tough issue, but I will.
Well, I think we can think about this as a startup that serves not just California, but the rest of the country. We've seen what Siemens did in Sacramento. It was established to build for SAC-RT, but they're doing work across the country. So yes, I understand that relatively California market might be small, but we have a critical mass that can start something that hopefully then becomes the supplier for the rest of the country, because it's a national issue.
And I was gonna say, I think there are some of those, bigger picture issues that, this body can also bring back as, in between, these meetings as items that we want to bring up in future task forces. So I appreciate that. Let's go to Laura, then Juan, Sharon, then Carl.
Thank you, Laura Spur. With regards to asset management, one of the things that when I look at the totality of these recommendations, I would hope to see is a recommendation for new funding for capitalized maintenance and capital reinvestment, given that there are really significant needs in this arena, and that's usually the first thing to start to go when operators are facing operating shortfalls. So I think that's an important piece that I don't yet see in this package.
Thanks, Laura. Juan.
So I want to comment on CC and AA. Actually, that's right, CP. EE. So the research suggests that transit helps make.
My comments are gonna be related to AA. Do you think we could move back to AA just briefly?
We can go out of order.
If
I'm
we-
I'm leading to AA, but you can go first.
Oh, if you're leading to AA.
I'm making a principled remark about.
Yeah, so why don't we have Juan go and then
Okay.
we'll circle back.
So transit reduces greenhouse gas emissions, not directly, as a lot of people think. There's some direct mode shift, that's great. But what it does is it enables denser nodal land uses, which bring distance travel down for everybody, regardless of mode. And in California, where you have certain climates, it reduces
shared use building reduces electricity load and everything, so you end up using less electricity, less transportation fuel by having nodal density transit-oriented development near areas of jobs and coastal areas that have less heating and cooling load. So the bus itself, in terms of its emissions, are kind of de minimis. And we would love to see ridership double, but the extra greenhouse gas emissions are going to come from that land use change. And that land use change only happens when transit is functional. And so it's really important to have a functional, reliable transit system in order to enable that land use change, which is where the big dividends can eventually come from, though that policy has, SB 375 related policies have had a lot of struggles. And so if we're thinking big about climate and the role of the state of California, and we're being ambitious about the role of transit, I think we have to think about the current system isn't working in terms of bus procurement, right? The people have said they can't get what they want. There's industry challenges. I think we have to look at a future where there is either no Buy America requirement because there's no federal support for capital. And would California then procure international buses under that type of scenario? Or do you want to have something that's like a Buy California? And if you want to do something like a Buy California, that's going to be with GoBiz, that's going to be having some sort of standardization in vehicle type, because effectively to signal to the market that you're serious about a Buy California, a round of TIRCP or some other funding for the legislature is going to have to go to procurement of a 4-digit number of zero emission buses that will be distributed to agencies later based on application. But what you are signaling to the market is like, we're going to buy several $1 billion of these buses.
Right.
They're going to be relatively standardized. You can take it to Complete Coach Works nearby or somebody else if you want to do modifications after you get it. But we need to commodify the 40-foot bus in California to bring somebody in and say, yes, I'm willing to take this risk, set up manufacturing, everything. I'm not waiting for 20 orders from these people, 120 orders from these people. And I'm not worried about customization because from what I heard from a friend who worked for Proterra, they couldn't deliver the buses until you had the last parts ready. And so they couldn't get cash for the buses until those had those last parts ready. And so COVID supply chain killed them. These people just want to churn out as much scale as possible for economic efficiency. You'll get a better price for 1,000+ buses than you would for 20. And then
And a better supply.
and then CalSTA can later on, and a better supply chain, and then CalSTA can later on say, hey, apply for buses. We are not giving you money. We're giving you buses, maybe with a little bit of money to send them to Complete Coach Works or others. That provides the certainty to the market. And I actually think that California taxpayers would be more interested in that type of industrial policy than Buy America going away and then going and buying buses that are imported.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like Michael, I'm very pleasantly pleased that you all are even wading into something that is another department, another agency's sort of main focus. And but I look at this and, we do have Gillig in the state of California manufacturing electric buses. So the idea that somehow California is behind the 8 ball is not true. But yes, it's always good if you've got competition, and we're hopeful that that's gonna materialize. But I feel like this is like the minor little thing on the whole ICT reform that we really should be focused on, because 2026 is coming and we're not gonna be able to afford it. Nobody's gonna be able to afford it. And that is not something that, basically right now, we're looking to try to get an off-ramp from CARB for the ICT in order to make this work, because they were sold a bill of goods by a lot of very specific interests who said, this is all doable and it's all gonna be done by 2026. Well, it's not. We just got a contract with a construction to build charging facilities for one bus, $1.2 million. So how do you go through that, plus buy the buses for over $1 million and say that that is somehow a sustainable way to continue with transit? I know that Caltrans, CalSTA does not want to come forward with a anti-message to another agency. I get that, but could we somehow stop looking at these small little nibbles at the thing and instead just say something like, the task force recommends that we revisit the ICT in its entirety?
So moved.
Second.
Absolutely, that's. And it's not CalSTA that's saying.
Yeah.
No, it's the task force.
So, yeah, I mean, that's something we can definitely, you know, revisit as we get to those particular recommendations.
One thing I think is missing, unless someone can point it out to me, the bus availability is only a small part of all of this, and Sharon just alluded to that. If miraculously, in Anniston, Alabama, New Flyer added a third shift, because they're not like Detroit, they're not running 3 shifts 7 days a week in these bus facilities. There is capacity. Right there, it's not being used, but even if miraculously all the buses I needed were available to me today, it would take probably a half a decade or more to get the power infrastructure for it to charge and or fuel in hydrogen's case. We do not have the capacity yet. We do not have the hydrogen production, distribution, or the power distribution for battery electric buses. Is nowhere near close to being there. If we were to solve the production problem tomorrow, we still wouldn't be able to provide the level of service that the ICT would like us to, because we don't have the infrastructure in place. And I'm not seeing that other than allusions to shared infrastructure. That's not going to get it. We need something bigger and bolder in that area. And if it's in here, I apologize. I would suggest that we put something in there if the rest of the task force agrees.
Any other comments from the task force before we dive into
Can
Carrie?
I just do one real quick? I wasn't gonna say anything, but one thing that Michael said made me get thinking. I think we need leadership on this at the state level, and as much as we want to rely on APTA, the federal picture is changing fast. Electrification is a dirty word, and I don't think we can count on federal leadership if we have these goals at the state level.
Laurel Molina, or CTC. This is just a minor comment, but I think one of the highlights here too is the strategy to provide some type of technical assistance. Under EE1, develop often statewide capacities to assist transit agencies with project delivery and asset management is very similar to CC1. So I wonder if those sections can possibly be combined, or maybe you can elaborate on what the difference is. Is the expectation that eventually every transit agency would be using the same software for asset management statewide, or is it just providing that opportunity to have the tools in place?
So on the software side of the puzzle, I think the model that is intended here, you may be recently aware, but any agency receiving 5311 funding is now eligible to get Remix to do their scheduling, courtesy of some funds from CalSTA. Do you have to use Remix to use scheduling? No. Is it available for free? And it allows interoperability between those agencies to coordinate and plan scheduling. yes, I think again, the sort of framework here, and this, the framework here was very much an opt-in model. Knowing that there are also statewide asset management requirements we are held to by FTA, where it would be like, instead of having us go to everyone, collect the reports, collate them, it would be easier if we're collaborating a little bit more instructively and obviously making that available at a cost that works for the agencies, which is free on the software side. And then on the project delivery, I think we did want to sort of separate that out from technical assistance for, you know, sort of project delivery, some of the like dealing with, speaking to those sort of issues that have been talked about, of like dealing with utilities planning for electrical infrastructure. Not necessarily something that there's a lot of expertise at any one given agency, and how can we like build shared capacity and expertise to help with those sort of actual delivery of ZEV infrastructure is not trivial, but is something that we have emerging state capacity in. So that was the intent behind this one.
All right, seeing no other questions or comments from the group, I think we'd like to move back to AA. And I would like to entertain a motion, I believe, oh, actually, we'll hold on for one moment. So actually, let's start with, we'll go out of order. We can start with BB, streamlined procurement requirements and timelines. We have 3 items to cover, BB1 through BB3. Do I have a motion?
And I guess I should have caught on that we were doing this already. I'd like to amend BB1 to add something about technology broadly instead of just vehicles like buses, parts, energy. Because I've heard these same issues from agencies where they get delivery of a new bus and their APCs are not working, their CAD AVL system is not working, and they can't get the attention with like an individual bus. You know, like a fleet of 3, nobody's giving them the time of day to fix these problems. So I think joint procurement of other technologies is important. As well as part, you know, when the full bus comes with these technologies.
So just to make sure I'm understanding your motion to amend, so would we include and reduce costs for buses, parts, energy, and other technologies?
Yes. On board, yeah, on board technologies.
I think what we have is, and reduce costs for buses, parts, energy, and other onboard technologies.
So probably after the EG. Yeah.
Or does that fully capture?
It does, thank you.
Okay. Carl.
If we're wordsmithing, I'm not sure it's saying distinction without difference. Parts, components. Components are assemblies of parts that go together versus discrete parts. It's a term of art. If we're going to be adding to this list of verbiage, I would suggest the term components.
Yeah, I think we can, after parts, add components. So, and reduce costs for buses, parts, comma, components, comma, energy. We have a motion to amend on the table. Do I have a second? Second by Juan Matute.
But is it a motion to amend or a motion to take the amended BB1, BB2, and BB3 to?
I think can we do it in one, or do we have to do it separately?
I I'd rather do all three together. I think the motion.
No, I'm saying the motion, yeah, for all three.
The motion right now the motion to amend would include the revised BB1 and the current BB2 and BB3. And I think we had a first from Carrie and then a second
From Lon. And just to make sure everyone's clear on what we are voting on here, amended BB1, BB2, and BB3. Oh, I'm sorry, Kome.
Yeah, just clarification. I guess maybe I'm still messed up in the mind about the discussion we had before. This particular strategy has to do with existing capacity we have with DGS, it sounds. Because there's DGS in all guys. Yeah, okay. I'm just there's nothing new here, we're just expanding existing.
Yeah, that is correct. It would be increasing the effect of this recommendation would be to, in order to achieve the strategy of streamlining our procurement requirements and timelines, these are the specific recommendations that we believe would achieve that outcome.
Yeah, but we're talking about existing
Yeah.
timelines, we wanna make them better, so.
These are existing tools to meet our
Yeah,
existing
I
timelines.
wanna, because I wanna separate
Sorry,
that.
new tools to.
Yeah.
meet our
Yeah,
existing
trying to
timelines.
separate it from the discussion we're having about, we still have issue of constraints and mitigations that affect supply anyway.
I'll defer to the chair, but I think some of that will come up for FF. Is
Yeah.
where that discussion will be mostly held and voted upon.
Sorry, Eli.
Make a tiny amendment to say on and off-board technologies, because there are opportunities for off-board technologies.
Eli, can you repeat that please so we can make sure?
Oh, Eli Lippman, moved away. I just wanted to add onboard, also and off-board technology.
Or could we just leave it and other technologies and that encompasses,
Yeah,
a wide variety of.
that too. I don't, yeah, that one.
There you go.
Angie, also, would you mind striking through the original BB1 to make sure that? And just as a reminder to the task force, we have a mic here in the middle of the room with the large circle in the ceiling. That's where everyone on Zoom can hear us. And that we've been getting some feedback from the Zoom participants that sometimes it's a little choppy. So if you can speak just loud enough so that mic in the center of the room.
I thought it was
Really appreciate it.
spaceship.
There's one here as well, but I think they're gonna pick up probably the one right here.
Officers. All right, so
All
we
right,
had
we have
we had a motion and a second to approve the revised BB1, BB2, and BB3. Mike, can you call the roll?
Yes, I will go in alphabetical order. For those that are here, and I will skip the members who made the motion and seconded. Kome Ajizi.
Aye.
Rasheed Lawrence.
Aye.
Alex Buckman.
Aye.
Sharon Cooney.
Aye.
Amy Hans.
Yes.
James Lindsay. Yes. Eli Lippman.
Yes.
Kate Miller.
Aye.
Laurel Luna. Ms. Murphy.
Aye.
Laura Patrick. Michael Pimentel.
Aye.
Robert Powers.
Yes.
Carlos York.
Aye.
Laura Polk. Mark Paulson.
Aye.
Michael Turner.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Great. And then actually, given the robust discussion on this item, I'd like to go directly to FF if we can. So this section was to encourage review and discussion of ICT requirements and solutions. I know there was a wide kind of discussion before. I think there's a couple ways for us to approach this as a task force. One, we can, take these items up. I think there was a motion to amend earlier. Or we can defer a lot of these discussions to, it sounds like there is a specific ICT work group that will be diving into more specific recommendations. But did want to just kind of open it up to discussion here of options. And or if anyone wanted to present a motion to amend based on the earlier conversation. Sharon.
I would say combine or do just an FF1 that says task force recommends review and discussion of ICT requirements and solutions be taken up by a statewide task force. Separate statewide task.
And then Sharon, if you could just repeat that for our folks that are teeing that up.
Okay, task force recommends review and discussion of ICT requirements and solutions.
And really quickly, just discussion of ICT requirements and solutions.
Yeah. In their entirety. By a separate dedicated statewide task force. I'll entertain friendly amendments if you want to wordsmith that a little better.
And then Sharon, just for clarification, in terms of your motion to amend, the new FF1 would take place of all of the items within
Correct.
the section. So we would strike FF2 and FF3. Right, lots of comments from the task force, so we'll just go down the line and go around here. So let's go Michael, Carrie, Juan, Amy, and then we'll circle around.
Yeah, I think the only comment I'll make is, of course, supportive of the direction we're going in. One thing I would want to make sure that we're calling out would be, as we're saying, review and discuss ICT requirements and solutions. We should also be talking within that same section about impacts of the ICT, right? So what serves as the basis for that discussion will review the impacts and the costs and benefits of transition. And that leads us to discussion on solutions. But to be clear, I've not offered an amendment at this stage, but that's just something I want to put out there for review, given that F3 begins to talk about mode shift and things related to ICT.
And I'll accept that amendment.
My comment was right along the same lines. I would even go a little further. I want something about mode shift BMT in there because my discussions with agencies have revolved around the fact that because of the ICT requirements, they don't have funds to be doing things that will actually have greater VMT impacts if they were doing mode shift activities than focusing on this. So I really want that mode shift VMT notion still in there.
I second that.
And then really
Just as a friendly thing, can we somehow get like service levels in there? Cause I think that's what you're saying, but I don't wanna get into like a fight with CARB over VMT analysis or.
Okay.
You know, I mean, like.
Yeah.
It's fair.
Service level matter. I mean, it's about mode shift, right?
Yeah, okay.
I was-
About impacts on service levels.
Sure.
Levels.
Sure.
Yeah.
That would be, John, I think if we need to talk about what exactly we're trying to get out of this is, how do we keep transit surviving, right? We're not saying we don't want to do ICT, we're just saying review it to minimize the. Sorry.
And then, so really quickly, just want to kind of stay here for a second. So we're addressing the service level piece of it in the amendments here. In terms of mode shift, though, Gary wanted to kind of get your thoughts on.
Could I just add, so on service levels and other aspects that influence mode shift, that's a lot of words, but because I think service levels is huge, but there are other things as well.
Sounds like there's broadly 3 pain points. One is operational reliability, so just schedule adherence, frequency, et cetera, which is gonna be most related to VMT. Second is vehicles available from maximum service or the percentage of the fleet that's able for a pullout on a given day and how much that is reduced because of zero emission. And then the third has seemed to be facilities related constraints for both charging and then the sizing of yards if there is a multiple of vehicles required per existing ICE vehicle. Like those seem to be the pain points that I.
Also budgetary.
But
right?
well, yeah, so,
It's just basic money to put.
but
into
it's beyond
service.
budget, like they can invent money perhaps from their.
Availability of the grid, you could go down on
Yeah.
like a 20-point thing at this point. Why I kind of tried to keep it generalized, so that.
Yeah, I do feel like, I mean,
Just such as service levels instead of just impacts on service levels, like put like parentheses such as service levels, and then this sort of emphasizes that we're talking about all the impacts, not just impacts on service levels.
I just wouldn't want them to dismiss, oh, it's just about money.
yeah, agreed. Amy.
Amy Hance with the City of Clovis. In my perspective, we've been reviewing, discussing ICT since 2016 when we knew it was coming. So I'd like to take this a little bit further and task the task force with actually creating recommendations, or we've got to give this group of whoever's going to do this a little bit of muscle and bite. I feel like we've been screaming at CARB for years that we just can't do it. We're good partners, we want to do it. I live in Fresno County that has some of the dirtiest air in the nation on some days in July, August, and September. We want to help. But we've been pitted against one another for funding, and we've been pitted against CARB, and they have to listen, and I would like this task force to have some muscle to make them listen. And I don't know how to articulate that in here, but I feel like it's important to not just talk about it some more.
So as far as, and sorry, just to take your comments, and try to apply it here. Would it be a case where at the end, so the recommendation would be to establish a task force that reviews, discusses solutions impacts. And it's, so statewide task force with recommendations to the administration and legislature. That capture kind of what?
Yeah. Mildly. You're more polite than I am.
And then can we say administration and legislature?
I'll also just add, going back to our process, this will now be wrapped of about around a section that has this, where we will add language reflective of the discussion we are hearing from you all today, and there will be a second opportunity over the summer to, when you have the full proposal presented in the draft report, where and to Michael's point earlier, hopefully we can do some of it asynchronously. But that will allow you to see that not just in isolation, but as part of the report, and there will be more content surrounding it that can be reviewed and amended to perhaps reflect some of those concerns you just raised.
And then Sharon, since you made the motion to amend, just want to make sure you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we have by separate existing dedicated, or so it doesn't appear as though we're recommending that a newly created task force be created, or? There's existing working groups already tackling the ICT issues.
Can I offer some observations on this, please? So since we helped drive the creation of the task force, want to give folks a bit of background on what we requested, what we're getting, and how this can be helpful. So when we engaged CARB, we said there are a number of things that are problematic about the ICT. Of course, cost considerations, utility build out, availability of vehicles, both in terms of procurement and then just on site and being able to put those vehicles into service. And these challenges are starting to create impacts on our agencies and the decisions that they're making locally between investments in capital, investments in operations, or investments in expansion of service that can be capital in nature. And what we had requested from HARB was that we have a new task force that would review a number of things. One would be the mechanical challenge that we're facing with ICT. Provide targeted support for agencies in coordination with state agencies and departments. The other was that we do a holistic review of the ICT requirements and have a discussion around should these requirements in fact continue. CARB had agreed with us to move forward on that first component. Let's have conversation about what type of support we can commandeer at the state level to support agencies in transition. They have heard us say, we'd like to have this more holistic review of the regulation and its requirements, but they've not committed to doing that. And so I think what would be powerful from this task force is if there's a body that's already being established that have some guidance to that task force to say, this is something that needs to be in your scope of work. Because as much as we are going to be able to make some minor improvements to facilitate the transition, reality is that we're facing challenges that may be too large and full industry in nature that would require that we are having a more holistic conversation around should this regulation proceed in its current fashion. And I'll just end on one point and highlight that CARB's regulation is predicated on a series of assumptions that were established in 2018, and that have proven to be wrong on every single front. And there is a valid question to say if the basis for that regulation has proven to be erroneous, should we in fact move forward with the requirements as they were envisioned? Folks, we were told the cost of vehicles today would be cheaper than the conventionally fueled vehicles that we were operating. We were told that we would have manufacturers that were available. We're down to really 2 dominant manufacturers. We have endless funding supply to make this transition a reality. Now that's coming back. And we've got documented refutations of their assumptions from that era. I think that's something that should provide context to the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. We go Tome, Laurel, Eli.
Yeah, I think what we're probably struggling with, I appreciate Sharon's amendment here because it does allow us to focus on what we're really trying to get to, which is to have a little bit of a runway to deal with this impact which is again cost related ultimately, but not to say we don't want to do ICT. I guess my concern would be, could we also include here that we have a moratorium on all regulations related to this, so we're not battling on multiple fronts. We're trying to deal with this, we want to solve for it, but maybe not have other things come at us that also be pain points. So seems to me that would be a recommendation that I would want to see on here, that we basically keep everything else at bay while we're trying to solve it. Get to it.
Now, are you referring to just the ICT, a moratorium on,
I would love for CARB to not have any more regulations until we solve this.
ACF would be a good example.
is that an amendment?
Compound the problem.
Yeah, that's an amendment. I mean, I know we have to limit it to scope here, but I just feel like we're always fighting on multiple fronts, and we want to solve for this, and we need some more runway to solve for it. So let's focus on this and not have to deal with other regulations. And I don't know that they're planning anything else, but just to be sure.
Maybe that would then be a FF2. Separate.
Okay, if I don't want to load up FF1 and.
Only because FF2 could then be, recommend that CARB no longer, or have a moratorium on regulations
related to
forced on transit operators.
This one, while we solve for ICT. Again, I really take heart what Laura said about leading with the main thing, which is the operations and financial sustainability of transit. And to the extent that we keep at bay anything that would be very much central to the work of this task force.
Just to make sure we get the friendly emotion, the friendly amendment for FF2, recommend CARB having moratorium on new regulation. Need the exact language here for a vote.
On any recommendations related to transit operations and equipment.
Can you repeat that, please?
Any recommendations related to transit operations and equipment. So we can expand it to every regulation.
I would suggest we read that out loud so that the folks online can hear what we're voting on. FF2.
SF2, the friendly amendment to FF2 is recommend CARB to have a moratorium on any recommendations related to transit operation and equipment.
So recommendations or regulations?
Yeah, yep.
Regulations, sorry.
Yeah.
There is no way.
Rachel, Rachel, the Zoom call, can the Zoom participants see our screen? We're making the edits to the recommendations.
Yes, we can see your screen.
All right, let's go to Laurel and then Eli.
Laurel Hutchins for Public Advocates. I was gonna say I was gonna abstain, but I think Alan, you need to vote no, but I want to explain why, which is that, first of all, I need to communicate with our environmental justice partners, and I think it's worth pointing out that there are like climate impacts where more service and closer land use is really important, but there's also the impacts of, the air pollution. And in the conversations that I've been a part of, thinking about like the reauthorization of cap and trade, one of the things that's coming up is this, cumulative impacts, right? Where are there communities, like Amy just mentioned, who have the most impact from air quality, where it's not just the bus that's on the street, right? It's the trucks, it's everything else. And so part of what I'm hoping to be part of the conversation, if there is a review, is understanding and maybe fitting into those conversations about cumulative impacts on air quality. Is there a way to prioritize the communities that have the worst air quality in thinking about resources for zero emission buses?
Yeah, to me, Eli Littman, Move LA, and I would agree with Laurel. Our environmental partners have been fighting very hard to accelerate, not decelerate, both on the local level, but on the statewide level, the ICT. So we've been very successful in the last couple of months to actually get them more on board with the BMT reduction side of things and focusing on ridership as well, because they were really solely focused on electrification of the bus fleet. And now they've always said that increasing ridership is important, but never really participated in any letters or sign-ons. They've been starting to join those, so I think we've moved that in that direction. But I would have to agree with Laurel that we would be in opposition to that recommendation because of our work with some of the advocacy groups who are probably listening in on this call right now, and may also have concerns.
Great, thanks, Eli. Let's go to Laura, then Michael.
I think similarly to the previous speakers, I would rather support a moratorium that is specific to the ICT rule as opposed to something that is as broad as the way this is crafted currently.
Michael. Yeah, as of listening to this, my board has a goal to be transitioned before the state's goal. I'm fine with this. What I like people to consider is that when we were giving the original feedback on the rule as a transit and as an industry, one of the things that transit agencies were having to consider is that if we can't afford to implement this rule, then there will have to be reductions in our service. The buses are not the same price as the ones we have now.
They don't provide the same range. We have to, we would have to buy significantly more buses in order to provide the level of service that we have now, and that funding is not available to us. So what that means is that the gains that were expected from this rule may not exist if transit agencies can't provide what the rule contemplates. And that has consequences to what transit service looks like on the street. I don't know what that means for my agency, but I know that's something that was shared amongst the industry. So just something I think
And
would
that
be
I
good
think
for everyone to think.
that's why the electric bus and truck coalition has started to recognize that like there's this balance that needs to be placed because reduction in service is also bad for greenhouse gases. So we've started to move them in that direction, but still very much a dedication to accelerating, not decelerating, electrification efforts.
I think I just prompted our university.
I would venture to say that it would be worse. So it actually leads to a net increase in greenhouse gas emissions and criteria of pollutants.
That's what we told them.
The reliability of transit and the ability to serve people, support densification near transit nodes is impeded as a result of the ICT. So it would be a net loss.
Yep.
Rather than any gain.
And I'll go to Sharon, and hopefully this will be, I think, our last comment. And what I'd like to do as we take these items up is take FF1 separate and from FF2 in two separate votes.
So I like FF1 because it's not in your face. We're taking on CARB and your ability to implement anything against transit. So I think I'm only gonna support FF1. I'm not gonna support FF2.
So I think if we can do this, we have a motion to amend from Sharon for FF1. Can I get a second? And then we will take another motion for FF2.
I'll second FF1. Carrie Watkins.
Second from Carrie, vote on only FF1 at this point.
FF1 states, task force recommends review and discussion of ICT requirements, solutions and impacts, such as service levels in their entirety by a separate dedicated statewide task force with recommendations to the administration and legislature. How many G say?
Aye.
Judy Lawrence,
Aye.
Alex Bockelman,
Aye.
Amy Hans,
Aye.
James Lindsay. Littman.
Aye.
Juan Matute,
Aye.
Kate Miller,
Aye.
Laura Molina,
Aye.
Seamus Murphy,
Aye.
Laura Paget Seekins, Michael Pimentel.
Aye.
Robert Powers.
Yes.
Carl Stork.
Aye.
Laura Popa.
Aye.
Mark Collison.
Same.
Michael Turner.
Aye.
Motion passes.
And we had a motion to, or I guess we had a motion to add FF2. Kome?
Yeah, I make that motion. Again, the intent is not to walk away from moving towards clean transit. I think the intent here is focusing on the cardinal point of this task force, which is to make transit viable and sustainable over time, is to deal with the issues one at a time and not create other pinpoints for transit while we're trying to solve for one. That's really what this is. Obviously, it's a moratorium, not a permanent stay of issues.
Is there a second?
Can I make a friendly amendment to that? Recommend CARB implement a temporary moratorium on regulations until the technology is stabilized. I mean, they're not gonna go for it either way, but.
Yeah, I guess, I guess my concern with with technology stabilizing is I don't know. Right,
Well, I mean, yeah, I just don't, I mean, I get what you're saying. I just don't see how they're gonna buy. That's,
or unless you wanna add until we finish the work of the task force that's set up for ICT.
in purpose. Task force that we're gonna be creating after this. I don't know. Or we could just vote on.
Instead of
Hold on, Carl.
technology stabilizes until the market conditions that were initially contemplated by the ICT
I wouldn't
exist.
Because that moved a lot, Carl.
What's that?
Over a period of time, you know, and they had a new bar every time we met with them, so.
Can we get some clarity? Is this about new regulations or the step
Is this-
requirements of the ICT?
I think it's just to keep stable the conversation on the ICT, so we don't get new things. It's all about clean transit.
So you mean like if there was a requirement on, I don't know, say ACF implementation for advanced clean fleets, that shouldn't apply to transit? I'm really struggling to just understand what we're.
No, it's probably that we don't implement the 50% purchase mandate in 2026.
Well, that's very specific. And maybe that's what we do, but that
Well,
only
that's
applies
an
this another
example of
year.
putting a moratorium on implementation of the ICT.
Again,
That's not what it says.
I'm trying to figure out what we're trying to get through with the ICT task force. I mean, the task force is set up. It's not like it's not happening. So we have a meeting set up in the next couple of months, as I understand it. So the work of the task force is gonna happen. Could we just have a quiet period while we're trying to get that done? So we don't add something else on transit agencies while we're trying to get.
Are you saying to a moratorium on implementing ICT until after the task force, that other task force completes? Because that is different, I think, than what I'm reading. Is that what you're saying? So moratorium on implementation of the ICT rule until the task force has their findings?
That would make sense, right?
That seems different. And that's more specific to what one was asking.
Or is it any new regulations?
Any new, including new regulations. I'm more concerned about new
Maybe
regulations.
back to Sharon's point, we just do a 2-year moratorium. That's very specific or something along those lines, so that we can actually, those 2 years might help stabilize the market.
New regulations are different than implementing ICT. So I guess I'm just trying to understand what we're saying.
And this is also one that we can table to take back to a future meeting if more clarification and discussion.
I would support that.
So let's,
This needs to marinate a little more.
I think we're seeing this exact thing play out with SB 375, where our friends at the MPOs, who are the implementers of this, are asking for a pause on CARB's regulations, right? And CARB is basically saying, no, we're the regulator. I think their response back to something like this would be like, no, we're the regulator. I think the disconnect is that y'all are the implementers, right? Like they're literally where the rubber is hitting the road. I think that's where the conversation needs to lie, is like, it is coming to them, and we've been in monthly discussions with them actually about this, with CARB and both the folks who have been advocating with us on electrification, is how do we actually get this implemented? And I think that's the more proactive approach, is to say, look, like, we understand your goals as regulators and the state's goals, but we're really struggling, and I know Michael said you've done that, but the goals, we're struggling with the implementation, and we really need to look at these recommendations and see how we can have that conversation. So I get the idea around taking a pause. It's the same idea with what's going on with SB 375. It's like, this is not working on implementation.
I need to clarify that.
Yeah, okay.
You go ahead, I was.
Yeah, we're not saying a pause on regulations on 375. We're saying we have enough intelligent experience on 375 to know that it's not working as intended. We need some reform. That's the conversation. We're not asking for the pause.
Okay, I mean, that is a different conversation.
Yeah, so it's
right?
different from this.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what, I'm saying we should learn from what's already been happening over the last couple of months. With something like this, so maybe we come back to this at the next meeting with something similar to that of like, we have enough intelligence information as implementers of this regulation that we need to come up with some other solutions because we're struggling as transit, or you're I don't wanna speak for you, you're struggling as transit operators to put this regulation into.
I am fine with tabling it as the mover in the other second. I'm fine with tabling it, just so to make a final point. The point here is not to walk away from regulations or to not do the work of getting to clean transit. The idea is, I feel like, again, I keep going back to it, the point of the task force is to save transit. And so we want to make sure that there are no other things that come at transit while we're considering this. What?
No, sorry, it was to transform transit, but now we're just trying to.
Well, I'm saying, I'm not saving it, it's to transform it.
Yeah.
So we have a motion to table this item. I'll make that motion. We have a.
Mark, just a process piece,
Oh,
on the
sorry.
first, in the first vote we did on the FF series. We eliminated FF2 and FF3, so we don't need a vote on FF2.
I thought the vote already took care of
I
that.
think Kobe can just withdraw his motion.
Yeah, and call me, if you withdraw your motion, I don't think there's anything left to vote on.
Okay. Okay, great. So, yeah, our first action that we took was to amend FF1 through FF3, as you see on the screen. So approving FF1, striking FF2, FF3. We've withdrawn the motion for the new FF2. And then we can always take that back at a future meeting. With that, appreciate the robust discussion. It's about 12:15. I'm gonna call for a break for lunch. We do have a lot to still get through in the agenda, so we are gonna probably have a fairly short lunch here where I'd like to restart around 12:45, where we will take up AA1 and 2 separately with a possible amendment. And then I'd like to take up the remaining sections together to then move on to our next section of the agenda. So I will call for a break and we'll see everyone at 12:45.
We'll come back to 12:45. And just as a reminder, we have lunch for the task force members only, none of the task force members. Members of the board will be back. I got this. Forward back. We did usually.
Yeah. Into documents rather than just rubber stamp. We're done, all right?
And there's. I don't like.
Oh, an election class or nobody. They're all.
Oh, yeah. We are inviting things. And so I think we have to get past it and we have to figure out how do we approach together.
Right, welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone had a good lunch, nice little break. Yeah, I really appreciate the robust discussion this morning. We are a little behind, so we'll have to power through a bit if we want to make it through the rest of the agenda, but I would like to start by taking up our strategies under A, so A1 and A2, and then if possible, I'd like to take C, D, and E together after we do A. But I know that on A, we had an earlier potential motion to amend, so I would like to pass it over to Kate Miller to provide her suggestion.
Okay, so I don't have anything specific to those two, and that's why I'm wondering, either we can try to fit this one in with those, or we can create a separate one, which is
Let's do a
AA.3.
motion to add.
Okay, motion to add them. So this is the language, facilitate statewide coordination to address zero emission vehicle and related technologies not in service due to lack of OEM support to render vehicles operational and to ensure vehicles will be adequately maintained. Sure, somebody has a better website.
We have a motion to add to A1 and A2 and A3, facilitate statewide coordination to address zero emission vehicle and related technologies not in service due to lack of OEM support to render vehicles operational and to ensure vehicles are adequately maintained. Do I have-
Here, no one's gonna know what that means. That's where I'm concerned. Maybe they will. I don't know.
We have a motion, anyone like to second?
I'll second it.
Second, from Comey? Go ahead and call the roll.
Okay, so the motion was made by Miller and seconded by G6.
Yes.
Okay. I will, take
I'm sorry, really quick, Chitty.
Sorry, Rashidi Barnes, Federal Transit. I'm just concerned about the language standardized specifications. Only reason why, because once again, this is something that's going to go to the legislators. And if they see that we're recommending that purchasing be standardized, I can see that being interpreted the wrong way.
Sorry, are we taking A3 first?
He said, hey,
So, yeah, this would be to add A3 to A1 and A2. Oh, okay. So she had questions on A1. Suggestions on it.
I mean, it's supposed to ease the procurement.
Hey, one, back on Chidi's question, because I don't understand, does that mean that we're going to have standardization in order to get a grant?
I think that we wanted to just streamline the procurement process. That was what the intention was.
I recommend we just pull this for a later, so we can better understand the intention of this specific motion.
Motion to postpone this item for a future meeting.
That's one of my motion.
A1.
Just A1. We're on A.
Could I make a friendly suggestion to just remove the sentence require cost estimation and standardization? We already
put cost estimations in our grant programs, but I think it's standardization that is causing the heartburn a little bit for the operators. For me, it does a little bit, so the rest of it I'm fine with. It's the standardization inside grant programs. I don't want to be scored on what bus I need to buy. I don't want to be above or below anyone else.
I think the suggestion is to take that whole second sentence out. Is that correct? Yeah.
I'll second that. If that's a amendment, if that amendment is second. Do that.
Who made the first on that one?
That was Amy Hance suggested a friendly amendment to strike this last sentence of AA1.
So, please, then let's write up in olive on the left-hand side, all of AA1. We're gonna revise AA1.
Oh, sorry. Good. Let's go Rashidi, Carrie, and then.
Are you good? with
Yeah,
this?
I'm good with that. I just didn't, for me to apply for grant programs, I don't want to have to standardize. I'm okay with that.
I was just gonna say, it sounds like it's moot anyway, but I like the idea of something about standardization being in here, because my understanding from the vehicle manufacturing side is that a lot of the inflation in prices and the problems that we're dealing with is the fact that they're making these individually for every transit agency. And so if there could be more standardization, that's the way that they actually do bring prices down. I know you don't totally agree, but I hear different voices, so.
Okay, so it looks like we have a motion to amend AA1, keep AA2, add AA3. Sorry, I did not keep track if we had a second to.
We did, so we had Amy Hance made a motion and then Carl Stewart seconded, right, this current iteration we have. Are you ready to take?
Yeah, let's call the roll.
I'm gonna just call you by your last names. In alphabetical order. Majite.
Aye.
Barnes.
Aye.
Baldwin.
Aye.
Cooney.
Aye.
Lindsay. Lippman.
Aye.
Miller. Aye. Oluna.
Aye.
Murphy. Paget Stevens.
Yeah.
Pimentel.
Aye.
Powers.
Yes.
Holcall.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Wilkins.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. If we can, I'd like to take up items C, D, and E together. So these are the recommendation or the strategies around procuring or creating software and digital tools for asset management, encouraging shared maintenance and infrastructure support, and advising state to provide operating technical assistance for asset management capabilities. Section C, D, and E. I'd like to take those up together if we can. Any comments, clarifications from the group? Kome.
Oh, my question is, who's doing what? Because obviously, I think transit properties already have asset management. Passengers, in some like people, the asset management at a regional level, we're required to do asset management for transit. Is this the statewide centralized asset management that we're talking about here?
So this will all come back with, as part of the second read, with more sort of, not just the concept, but also identifying the appropriate actors for the level of recommendation, and who might be, who could be considered to be assigned this, as these move forward, so. Once it comes into the report format, it will also have not just what the concept is, but the who and when as well. I think with these, there are some sort of some of these are, with these in particular, these sort of point to the need for amortizing the costs of certain things across a state, in a statewide or region-wide model. And we'll present those options for the task force to consider if it's an idea that's worth exploring.
Yeah, folks, continue to digest the items in C, D, and E, but any additional comments, clarifications needed? Rashidi.
Rashidi Barnes, Tri-Delta Transit, a friendly amendment potentially for DD1, I'm sorry, DD2. The state to invest in apprenticeship programs, for the start of apprenticeship programs. I think that would be very beneficial for our technicians and mechanics as we transition to the zero emission.
That the, after the second parenthesis, the end parenthesis after maintenance. Have an and. Encourage transit agencies to conduct shared training programs and for state to invest.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think you were good, I just wanted to put an and in there.
And for the state to
Yeah.
invest.
People take a minute and see, read in their staff reports. So just give it a minute unless there's any other comments. Then I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move all of those as amended.
I'll second.
Who seconded?
Alex.
Bockelman.
What if I want to vote differently on C? I don't mean to be troublesome, I don't have clarity on C1 specifically. Bundle it.
So why don't we do this? We can take up C together, C1 and C2, and then D and E together. Sorry.
So, Mark, do you want to vote on C?
Yeah, so if we can, we'll vote on
Sure enough, if you don't mind them.
C1 and C2. And then we will vote on D and E together with the amendments to DD2.
Can you call for a motion for C?
I'm sorry. Can I get a motion for C1 and C2?
So move. Very Watkins.
So motion Watkins, second. Second, Molina.
Okay, C, CC1 and CC2. Did you say?
No.
Barnes.
Aye.
Baldwin.
Aye.
Cooney.
Aye.
Hams.
Yes.
Lindsay. Whitman.
Yes.
Today.
Yes.
Miller.
Yes.
Paget Seekins.
Yes.
Murphy.
Aye.
Pimentel. Powers.
Yes.
George.
Aye.
Holcroft. Olson.
Aye.
Turner. Aye. Motion passes.
Right, we got a motion on the table and a second for taking up D1 and amended D2, DD3, and all of the items in. Oh, sorry, Rashidi.
Rashidi Barnes, Tri Delta Transit. DD3, can we just elaborate really quickly on allow for co-location? Who's allowing for that? Is Caltrans, is the state, is the city, who's allowing? for the co-location?
Broadly speaking, there is significant legislative and administrative burdens, both at the state level and the Caltrans levels, doing co-location and co-charging, especially around charging for charging, which, and payment, that would need to be, if you wanted to see significant, say, co-location of heavy-duty electric or heavy-duty or hydrogen fueling, in public spaces where you wanted to say, hey, if you wanted to offer it on off-peak times to say school buses and say, charge them money for that, you may not actually be permitted by the state's administrative code to do that, depending on your lawyer's interpretation. So that would this recommendation would say, address that at both the Caltrans level, where there's some facilities related questions, but also at the state administrative code level and IAs.
So should that be clear? That's all I guess I'm getting at. Who is allowing? Because down the road, I don't want a city to, or I don't want it to fall on, no one knows who's allowing for the co-location.
Yeah, I think that they're trying to get around the federal regulations around sharing facilities maybe, right? I don't remember how this got on here. There's federal restrictions around sharing assets that were funded by federal funds, or there used to be. That might have changed in a memo today. But
I would say certainly maybe we could take a friendly amendment to say for the states, where the state's responsibility in providing the federal stuff. I don't think we have total control over, but we could add something like amend state rules and procedures.
To allow for.
Yes.
State rules and procedures.
I think the implication here though is that they would be in a public space, right? They wouldn't be on any specific property. Like they would be. Is anybody, I mean, I guess it's confusing.
I think it's providing broad administrative flexibility, whether it is in a public space or if a private property wanted to try to co-locate different needs. And we want to make sure that administration flexibility is there so that people can amortize the expensive cost of structure by using it for multiple uses. And that was something we heard from our speakers, is it's actually quite hard to get certain types of infrastructure funded because either collecting money or amortizing it or allowing multiple users of that to go often runs into various types of both administrative and rule related roadblocks that are state regulatory ones, also federal, but.
And not standardized either, like charging stations are oftentimes not standardized to allow everybody to use them.
Got a motion to approve DD1, amendments to DD2 and DD3, and to approve E1 and E2. Mike, can you? No.
We do. That was my original motion, right?
Thought we had one on the table. Well, I guess, yeah, if you're good with the
I'm
amendment to
good with the-
DD3.
Who seconded that?
Bachman.
DD1 as written, DD2 encourage transit agencies to consider shared training programs and for the state to invest in apprenticeship programs, vehicle maintenance. DD3 amend state rules and procedures to allow for co-location for charging and fueling as an opportunity to partner with schools and Caltrans and to charge private freight to use charging facilities. DD1 and DD2 as written. What did you say?
Aye.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Hans.
Yes.
Lindsay. Littman,
Yes.
Matute,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Maluna,
Yes.
Murphy. Yes. Paget Stevens. Sorry,
Yes.
Pimentel,
Yes.
Powers,
Yes.
Segura. Yes. Volkov. Paulson,
Yes.
Turner. Aye. Watkins.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Great, so that closes out our recommendations on fleet and asset management goals and needs. Let's move on to our next section of recommendations. Under the broad umbrella of identifying the appropriate state department or agency to be responsible for transit system oversight and reporting. We have three different sections of strategies, G, H, and I. So let's start with G. These are strategies under simplifying the granting process. We have 7 different items under this set of strategies, or under this strategy. Any questions, comments? Laurel?
Laurel Molina, CTC. I have a general comment, if we can start with general comments, all of them. The strategies that are identified are, and the recommendations are kind of commingling what I think would apply to discretionary versus formula funds. And I just want to make sure that some of the recommendations are very specific, but will not apply to everything. So it almost kind of seems like to me, for example, GG simplifying granting is more discretionary related, although there might be some that are related to formula. And I'm hoping that we can get more information on how and what was discovered in terms of what some of the issues and problems have been. Because the transit oversight is something that, well, actually, I work on directly because that's what my department does is, you know, as RTPA is, you know, the transit oversight and the financial oversight, as well as like the coordination of services, that all kind of falls under our direct responsibilities. And it just seems like the strategies and recommendations are somewhat conflicting with some of the responsibilities that we have.
Point taken on the formula versus discretionary side, I think we saw when talking to Swedes on this issue, I'm trying to synthesize this, even inside where it is perhaps a formula program, there's often challenges when it does reach the state level, even tag a corporate program of just having like the descriptions are the same, the invoicing challenges. I think this is something that we've heard kind of across the board and wanting to make sure that at the state level as much as possible. And again, I think perhaps an amendment you may wish to consider is adding in more clarity for sort of RTPAs in that oversight role, but having everything be as simple as possible for the agencies was the intent, because we've heard a lot of challenges with having to manage the large number of grant programs, regardless of type, and just trying to keep track of all that and getting the invoicing, and just getting approval and all that stuff, and that has real costs. If there needs to be more clarity on, where the back office side is, which is true on formula and discretionary versus on the actual choices of like what grants get funded, which is made at different levels based on that grant type. Happy to take any of it.
Okay, for example, under GG4, organize the grant administration system around the recipient and not around the project, so that grantors and recipients can see historical grants. I'm not quite sure where that one is going to. It just it's specific yet vague, so I'm not quite sure what it's really trying to target or what it's trying to fix.
Okay, so a lot of this, most of this is around the 29 to 30 different programs that agencies have to apply to the state for. It's not about the regional shares or about like how the money gets managed once you guys have it. This is about the process of coming in and requesting the money, and that we have like 29 or 30 different processes, which then have to get lined up. Some of this is, you know, a lot of it's like the areas where we have like small and rural agency responsibilities and that being complicated, but it's also the general state of your interaction with us. And so these items are in response to some of the feedback we've received about how long it takes to get 5310 and 5311 funding. It's around how to streamline the application processes, and the GG4 there is around making it clear how we've aligned like everything you're doing with us across all those programs, so you get visibility to all of it at once, rather than just, rather than having to focus on each, specific project and how it specifically got handled. So this is kind of the state's effort to like put out a bunch of areas that we think we need to get better at in order to be able to be better in servicing the needs of the transit agencies and to reduce the administrative burden. So that's the spirit of these. Is there more to that, Hunter?
No, I think again, the spirit here is to reduce the administrative burden of applying for, getting, administering and reporting on money from the state, and really trying to not have many different programs with many different masters and many different targets. If the task force feels like does not meet the mark of that intent, again, welcome to amend, but that is the goal here, to really make it easier to access and deploy those funds.
And we'll go Sharon, Michael, Carl. and then
So
Alex.
in the spirit of that, I appreciate the staff's interest in helping us kind of, because we don't know your processes the way you all do. So it's helpful that you've put together a list of things that you feel are going to be easier for us to deal with. So thank you for that. And I assume that's G, H, and I. I actually would be happy to move 3, G, H, and I, but with the caveat that I don't like 7, G, 7. I feel like everything's very fluid when people are applying for grants, and if the if the cycles get too far apart, then you miss out, and then all of a sudden the need is finally there. The project has become real and you miss out. And so I would prefer not to have that. So if I could, I'll make a motion to approve all the Gs, all the Hs, and all the Is, with the exception of removal of GG7.
And let's, continue discussion, and then we'll get back to that. Michael, Carl, then we'll go Alex, Kate, Laurel.
Michael from California Transit Association. I'm not going to opine on specifically the recommendations that are outlined here. I work in many spaces, grants is not one of them. And what I want to maybe say just generally into Hunter's observations and in responding to the questions he had on intent is, I think it really would be helpful in the preamble that leads into the section, really just unpack the interest in reducing that burden on the agencies, reducing that burden for each of the grant cycles. I anticipate that's what is going to be there. But I think having that as a context better informs how these things are intended to be implemented. I think the only substantive thing that I would add here is that when we are talking about any form of consolidation or standardization, that we find a way to loop in the grant recipients early in that process. If there's going to be one grant application, let's make sure that we're socializing that with the grant recipients and their teams who are going to be managing those grants, so they can understand and anticipate what's ahead of them, and also advise on those things that may not work from just an implementation mechanics perspective. And I offer that just having observed the movement toward a consolidated grant application at Caltrans. There was some outreach to the grant recipients, to be clear. I would say that the outreach happened once the process was fairly far along. And so once wheels were in motion, we found ourselves under a consolidated application that subsequently, I think, got locked back some. And so I think having that type of engagement just helps us with making sure that we're following through with the fidelity of this, of the recommendations without running into just implementation challenges.
And I think, I mean, that's a good point, and I think that's fair for any of these recommendations, not even just this, category, but there will be a lot of process in terms of what gets pushed forward and how it ultimately gets, turned into an operational, item. So lots of conversation, in this case, with the state, with Caltrans, and then, assuming some of the other items, need legislative authority, lots of conversations with the legislature, to come on those. But with that, I'd like to go to Carl and then Alex, Kate, Laurel.
As much as I hate having unfunded mandates placed on me from the state, I guess I would also not do likewise to you. I would put in something here that you fund whatever it is required to make this happen, assuming there's something that, so state should fund these efforts, right? So you're not taking away from something else to do this.
Yeah, and I think, that's.
I'm not sure where that is in here.
It's actually, yeah. It's actually, I mean, a lot of what you see here are things that are on our work plan to do to make things better.
Okay.
And we're looking for your support for it so that we can speed things up. So, I mean, that's like, we know where we're gonna get the funding to do the implementation of much of this.
Okay.
And so.
You're all right with that?
This isn't unfunded. It's one that we would focus our funding on. I mean, an example of like the kind of thing we're trying to fix is like on our 5311 program, we wait till every single penny of money from the federal government comes in the fiscal year 25 budget, which won't be until they get a continuing resolution, or something through the end of the fiscal year. And then sometime later, we start offering it to you all for 2025 distribution. Other states have already awarded their entire expected amount of 5311 money for 2025, right? So how do we work towards a process where we're, more active in getting the money out the door? We're streamlining processes. We're trying to fix your interactions with us. And like, we already have like task orders, set up to like do many of the ideas here and some other things that we're not, don't need to be part of the task force, but it's, we're kind of looking for that support.
Chad, which one of these actually addresses that? Is it supposed to be 7?
Let me go, not G7, not GG7. That's something that is under certain, we've seen some states go to like, okay, so I'll give you the example that a 2-year cycle would look like. Pennsylvania, when they did their funding and reform commission, basically had the state help match up agencies' needs with all the funding programs that were available. And they do that once every 2 years for capital and once every 2 years for operating. That's a choice they made there to try to streamline the process. It's around saying, let's get a sense of your needs and then match up the funding program well to which each grant can do to the things that you need to have funded. And that's a process that they changed. We're not recommending that right now, although that would be one of the ways you get to simplification. And I certainly can understand dropping GG7 from this list until we have a reason why we would do it and like what benefit that would bring. But in terms of the overall, it's the overall set of things here that the things that, consolidate, digitize, and, reduce the administrative requirements, the decision points, the master agreements, like all these things are part of our process today. Today, we do one application per year for all the small agencies in the state, and we wait for everybody to be ready before we put that into the federal government. Like that stretches out the availability of the funding. We want to change that kind of thing. So this like list of.
Or on the master agreement side, every single time we want to enter into agreement with a region or an agency, we're going to our legal to get a new agreement signed, and you often have to go to your boards to get those agreements signed. We work with you pretty frequently. We know that you're good partners. Why is there not something on the book, And there's a lot of precedent. Our District 11 and Sandag do a lot of stuff through a single master agreement rather than having legal review every single change. And that honestly, I've lived through this experience personally, like could speed up projects by 6 to 12 months.
So like having a single master agreement that has sections that are, if applicable, you know, this applies to you, you know, but like where we start to get a much more standardized template that doesn't have to be negotiated around or specialized for each grant. Like we're trying to get to that to speed things up so that we can have one of those in place for like 10 years with you and then not have to keep renegotiating the master agreement. That's the type of stuff that we're looking to.
I think I agree with what you're saying, but I don't know if that necessarily says all that.
Yeah, and I think if we go to, you know, if we maybe flip to H really quick. You know, so collectively, I
Yeah,
think
it's
some of this
say collectively.
gets captured, but you know, if you look at H3, for example, reducing those timelines for distribution of funds, flexibility. H5, building the capacity and the statewide level to manage and distribute those funds effectively. I think that gets to all of, you know, kind of what Chad's speaking to, but yeah, I don't think there's one specific item that touches on that item, but yeah, collectively, these all kind of drive towards those outcomes. Let me go to Alex.
Okay, so I'm definitely supportive of the strategies, simplifying granting and reducing administrative burden, but I think now I'm a little bit confused. Are you talking about creating like one grant or one process for all state funds? And the reason I'm asking is because a lot of the funds do flow, like the STA and TDA is administered at the RTPA. And if we need to do better, then we want to do better, but I just worry when I see like billboard capacity at state line, are we trying to take everything up to the state level? Because I worry that will slow things down, maybe.
No.
Absolutely
No,
not.
Okay, so I just think that that might be important to just make sure, because when you read this, it could, maybe that was part of Laurel's question too, whether this was gonna impose a certain thing on how we're administering TDA and SDA. And again, I think if there's something needs to be in here to make that better, then I'm all in on that. I just want to make sure we don't unintentionally slow that down, because that's all. So.
Well, the regions do administer stuff like TDA, the TDA audit response, like the triennial audit responsibilities often fall. There are shared responsibilities in that category, and I think with that, the intent would be to try, at least on this side, reducing the administrative burden. I think on the state side, I have, you know, and again, with our speaking interviews and heard a lot of, you know, it's administered by the RTPA, but we're actually seeing a lot of delays on the state side. Or challenges with the auditing side. So, and it depends, it's kind of specific by program, but there's no real intent there to cause to wade into those issues. So if there's
Trying to streamline things, or a lot of these are trying to streamline programs that the state is already administering. And I guess I just don't want to lose if there's opportunities to do better things even for the other. I don't want to miss that, but I also don't want to. I can support this, but you get my point, my concern.
I think there's probably a longer conversation that is maybe not. This is not the necessary forum for it, about where the interplay between the regions, you know, like basically all the different levels, and the reason why, depending on where you are in the state, the levels are different as defined by statute. Like so I'll speak in sort of vague generalities here, but I think there is definitely opportunities for all of us to reduce administrative burden. And we can continue to engage in that conversation, but I didn't want to necessarily, you know, I think we in the staff report did not want to necessarily like commit the regions to anything. Yes.
And I think, I mean, there is the opportunity, you know, conceptually, you know, with these ideas here, as we bring them back, you know, for that kind of final review from the task force, if there are kind of language tweaks or more specificity that we want to build into these, we can absolutely do so.
Okay.
Is there a distinction between formula funds and discretionary funds in this conversation?
There is not, because the oversight is kind of, once somebody has said, hey, this project is programmed, whoever makes that call, a lot of the oversight is all over the place. There is no, the reason, that's why there's no sort of strong distinction. Because we're not trying to say anything about the picking of projects, we're trying to say stuff about the administration and projects. We assume the process of picking, whether it's done via formula funds or discretionary funds, there's no opinion, there's no intent to change this. That's why there's no real things about, you know, if discretionary or formula, as I think it doesn't matter whether you got the money through a formula program or a discretionary program, if the reporting burden is very high and you have to do different types of reporting, because probably your project got both, it makes it really hard to execute on these projects.
You answered my questions, I don't.
I would like to recommend that we strike out HH4. It is vague in terms of how region is defined and also what formula programs are. I think it could also have the opposite effect and actually add administrative burden on the state if the state is going to have to receive and work directly with some transit operators rather than, just like a regional body. But the formula programs part 2 is can get complicated, because I think if we are really hoping to improve what it sounds like much of the state's processes in terms of consolidating that aspect to it, which makes perfect sense to me. That makes a lot of sense to me, that there's, multiple state agencies doing different, working on different, administering different programs. But formula programs too, that we are also responsible for as our TPAs include federal formulas. And so the state, on one hand, is actually responsible for all of the federal formulas that you alluded to for the small and rural areas, or the designated recipient. But it's the MPOs that are the designated recipient for all of the large UZAs. So I think that can get really complicated, and I would just recommend removing that. And then HH6, it's a very specific recommendation for a CTC process. So I'm not quite sure what they mean by rather bifurcated, but I'm not sure how we wanted, how deep we wanted to get into like each of the different types of programs and structures, but I think that one can be perhaps revised too. I'll have to rethink on how that one can be revised, the wording.
Great. Then Michael, I'm gonna hold on yours for a second and go to Kate and then Carl.
So just back to HH4, I think that we could refine this to, I think you're really looking at small urbanized area funds, right? 5307.
Actually, I think it's looking at like a county like Monterey County where there's one operator.
Napa,
And that,
but I mean, I think
and it's not within an urbanized, I mean, like.
I think it's complicated in certain regions, because I think, like in the MTC region, there's money that is fungible between urbanized areas in certain parts. So, I mean, I would support keeping that, because it would certainly streamline Napa getting its funds, because the state would be less administrative in distributing them. But maybe you could add something with, because I think the MPO still has to do something in the federal, what is it that you have to do, Alex, in the federal?
I mean, the way I read this, a region,
Well, that's why you change it to urbanized area, then it doesn't read that way. So authorize the sole transit operator within an urbanized area
That's what the intent
to
is.
directly receive transit funds allocated to that urbanized area.
Yeah, I think that's the intent.
Yeah, well, but it needs to say urbanized area. And then it seems like if there's a sole operator, it shouldn't conflict with anything
Yeah,
in that urbanized area.
yeah, the urbanized area portion though really is only applicable for federal funds. So if it is, if there's a,
Maybe you say FTA 5307, you could even say small urbanized areas. Because that would really help us get our funding a lot easier.
okay, is it, I guess that's the part that I think is too vague, is that whether it's really directed more towards federal funds or more towards like TDA state funds. Or if there's a sole transit operator in a county, I think that needs to be better defined.
I think Carl wants to say.
Yeah, and sorry, we'll go to Carl and then we can, clarify.
Thank you, Carl Sonoran, Monterey Springs Transit District. I think I was generated some of this language, and it was certainly in reaction to state funds. It wasn't really for me, a federal funding issue, and it was within, and maybe the issue is within a single RTPA or equivalent. If you have a sole transit operator, those funds administered should go directly to the transit operator, since there's really no, it's just a ministerial move at this point, or should be a ministerial move for that transit operator in that region. And there are, more than a handful, probably less than 2 handfuls of us out there that fill that role, but it is administratively can be burdensome for us to go through something that should just be a ministerial move, and this would bypass that. So I would strongly support keeping this language intact, and if you wanted to, again, with that intent, it wasn't necessarily intended as a federal funding issue or an urbanized zone issue. It was dependent, it was seen as a more of a, you have a single operator within a single RTPA or equivalent.
What fund source are you talking about?
Excuse me?
What fund source are you talking about?
Oh, it could be anything from STA to SB 125 to, Michael could probably chime in on some others when it's his turn. LC Top. ZZ Top.
Let's go to Michael and then Michael.
Mr. Sorry. Yeah, I had always thought that 4 was somewhat limited in its application, but I think there's enough questions around the way that's written that it should maybe have a little bit more consideration. Because it's, I see certain words and I interpret certain things, but I think it's creating enough of a problem that we should, I don't want to foreclose the discussion about the issue, but I think the way that's written is leaving enough question that we need to reconsider it. Also, I think there's 2 other things. One is, when I look at these, I don't necessarily see changes in statutes as being recommendations here. These are administrative changes, so the statutory functions that agencies have will remain. Maybe that's a big assumption, but I don't see the word changing legislation in there. So when we say administrative, I'm assuming we're not changing the statutory role of agencies. And then the last thing is, I think it would, that as Cal STA goes about implementing these, I think it's just helpful to work with the people, the agencies that are responsible. All some of the, right people inside the Transit Association and the agency staff to make these administrative processes work.
Yeah, so maybe want to speak to 2 of the recommendations, and we just look at the 2, it's 4 and 6. So 4, well, Carl was kind of the intellectual progenitor of the idea. We moved it forward as an association. I think one of the things that I want to stipulate to is, while wordsmithing may be something that is appropriate, so we're very specific, conceptually it's something that we would support. And I think part of what we're contemplating here is making sure that, to the point of reducing administrative burden, in instances where there is quite literally a single agency within a region, why should we be paying for oversight and administration of those dollars when that can be something that is handled by the agency directly? And so rather than losing off the top money for administration, as has been the case with things as recently as SB 125, and I would argue in some cases, a perversion of the intent of those dollars in certain regions, we should direct that money directly to the agency so they can put it to use for the capital projects, the operations for which those funds were intended. And so, again, acknowledge there may need to be some wordsmithing here, but there may be ways of getting at this concept of streamlining the implementation. Again, it's not going to apply to most contexts. There's probably about 6 regions for which this exists. I can think of two on the Central Coast, both Monterey and Santa Cruz. And then on 6, also want to pick up on the comments that were offered around very specific project or process, and this is one where, again, we put forward this as a concept. I'll say that, you know, in developing recommendations, generally, we put forward ideas with an acknowledgement that maybe they need to be refined a bit more. I understand that from the CTC processes, there may not be an ability for, in all cases, the CTC to take actions to program and allocate in a single action, because there might be circumstances where a project is not yet ready to receive the allocation, even though it's been programmed within the structure of a CTC, say SB1 program. And so maybe there's some additional finessing that can be done there to acknowledge that where appropriate or as feasible, you know, depending on characteristics of that project, that those actions can be taken. And so that's not, you know, waffling on the intent, but it's just clarifying that there may need to be a more precise way of getting at this recommendation. Because it may not be the case that every project that had been programmed is ready to receive funds for the oversight function that CTC will play and the responsibility that they have. May need to be that acknowledgement of the need for there to be a
Any other comments, clarifications, questions?
So should we make a motion to amend?
Yeah, so at this point, I'd like to entertain motions. One thing that I would like to suggest, just from a, you know, kind of state perspective on HH6, talking about that process with the CTC, I would like to actually pull that item and, you know, work with our team on some clarifications of how to actually make that work and kind of when that would be applicable. So I would like to pull that and take that back, but open to other suggestions in terms of how we move forward in G, H, and I.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to HH4. Time is right, if no, it's okay. Well, I understand the different concerns that that have been raised for, you know, a transit operator, transit operators in, you know, Monterey and other smaller counties where there might be just that one sole transit operator within a county. And maybe this is where we can just refine the wording to make sure it's very specific. So authorize a sole transit operator within a county. Or authorize a sole transit operator within, to receive state formula transit funds.
Can I actually make a recommendation on this one? I think, given just the discussion that we've had, I think there's probably a lot of clarification and additional conversation that probably needs to be made on how to actually make this work. So if I could ask to pull this item as well, not to strike it, but to take it back and bring it with more clarity to the task force.
That
in
would be
future
great.
meetings.
I would actually prefer
So
that because I
let's
do.
pull 4
yeah.
and 6
Perfect.
to take back at our next meeting.
For purposes of the vote, we will strike through HH4 for now, noting in the minutes that would come back to the task force.
And HH6 is the same.
Correct.
So given those two changes, can I amend my motion that we
Have 7 as well.
approve all except PG7?
So your motion would be to strike GG7,
Correct.
take those other 2 amendments to H, and then approve everything else.
Yes.
Is there a second on that?
I'll second it.
Second.
Chair, you ready for the vote?
Let's call the roll.
Ajite.
Aye.
Barnes.
Aye.
Bachman.
Aye.
Hance.
Yeah.
Lindsay. Littman. Matute.
Yes.
Muldoon.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes. Stevens.
Yeah.
Pimentel.
Yes.
Powers.
Yes.
York.
Yes.
Holocaust.
Yes.
Paulson.
Yes.
Turner.
Yes.
Watkins.
Yes.
Motion passed. That takes us through our recommendations that we were voting on. The one item that we did not touch on was kind of who the kind of Sorry. Oh, we'll come back. If that's okay.
I think you're covering.
Oh, yeah, we need to, really, touch on the one issue, and I know Ian had touched on that in public comment. But kind of who that responsible entity would be for the oversight functions. I'm not sure if this is a case where we want to talk about that today. If folks are prepared to do so. Otherwise, this is an item that we'll definitely need to address as part of our responsibilities as a task force. We can take that back as an item next meeting, or if anyone has any suggestions, comments on that right now, I'll open it up to discussion before we move into our next area.
Well, that was what I was gonna raise, because I
Sure.
think part of the, oh. Well, I love you, good bit. I think part of the confusion or the debate we're having earlier on centers around who's doing what. When you think about the streamlining and all of that, I think the clarity that was missing in that conversation is who exactly is gonna be in charge of the streamlining of administration and grant making oversight. So I would defer to Ian's comments earlier on about maybe having some more staff time, talk through what kinds of options we have. I have a bias, obviously, what kinds of options we have and what exactly the portfolio is going to look like for the oversight agency statement. Then we can have the debate. Otherwise, if folks are ready to talk about it, sure.
Well, when I think about this, I think, well, if it's not Caltrans, then the people at Caltrans just be moved over to some new agency, and with the new agency end up costing more and result in some of the same outcomes. And so I guess what, you guys work inside this very large bureaucracy, and I would love to hear what your ideal model of this would be, because I'm sure you've thought about it.
Again, I'll repeat the comments I made earlier, which is we're extremely not unbiased observers in this process and are not the folks who have to deal with it. I think what I will comment on is the legislative intent here and what is borne out by the findings, which is it is not just Caltrans. There are lots of agencies involved in this. And that is something we've certainly heard from our SME interviews, is that depending on, again, the flavor, there are, Caltrans plays a major role, CalSTEP plays a major role, CTC plays a major role, CARB plays a major role. I would say at least those four play major roles, and we're now starting to see some minor roles being played by stuff like CEC and others. So I will just say there are a lot of agencies involved, and I think that's basically just a statement of fact. And not going.
I just use that as an example, but so that's why, bringing all this up, so it would be interesting to hear how, it's an overwhelming, task.
So it's, if it's just CalSTA and Caltrans like working through the administrative piece, it's one thing for us to make recommendations and say, don't have one of these other agencies that you just mentioned do what they're being given to do and consolidate it instead, or take it all and shift it somewhere else. I think that's where we don't really have the ability to make that kind of recommendation, because like we'd be saying, it would be seen as us recommending to take something away from another agency that it's been given responsibility for. So like that's it. I think where we're kind of hesitating to say, here's our set of recommendations. Because like, yes, we can fix things within the Caltrans CalSTA family, that's you know, and we can get that stuff administratively better.
But AHSC, for example.
But can I tell, you know, SGC what to do with AHSC and how they administer the reporting there that involves transit agencies? Like this gets a little bit harder when we start to get into things that have been statutorily given to another agency.
And I think in our last meeting, we did show the slide of just all the various entities that are involved in any level of transit, funding. So it does become extremely, complicated.
Maybe then one way of getting, or part of one way of getting at this is, I mean, I think we need to have a consolidated list of the sort of regulatory, or actually I'd say legal restrictions. And legal responsibility for these agencies, because that I think creates a whole layer of complexity that I'm not sure, I know I don't have my head wrapped completely around, right?
Yeah, so I think what we can do is, it sounds like we probably need to build a little more of kind of a base, kind of level setting of here's what exists today, similar to what we showed at, a couple of task force meetings ago, provide a little more information. Again, I don't know that we are in a position to make those specific recommendations, but I think we can help arm the task force with the information to then have a broader discussion in our next meeting, if that works for folks. But let's go to Juan and Kome, and then unless there's further discussion, we'll plan to, dive into this deeper in our March meeting.
Yeah, it just seems like to implement this, I'm at the UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies. So to implement this, there would be a certain amount of IT architecture and front end type of work that could be done in a way where SGC can say, oh, we like that. We want to adopt this system as well, even if they are also doing something separate. So I would just suggest when you come back, perhaps even have a conversation with SGC or other administrators of funds that are going to the transit agencies and others about interest in having a common system, even if there's going to be a separate program manager, grant manager. It's just that the recipient agency can see it all in one spot, like that type of thing. So, because it didn't seem like any of this would need to be proprietary just to CalSTA, Caltrans.
Yeah, and I think that's the point, your last point, Mark, is it's not you all making recommendations. I think it's just providing some information for us to be able to make the recommendation to the legislature about what needs to get done. We're talking about a state role. And right now we have a sense that that state role is distributed among several agencies with varying, objectives and missions and things like that. What we're hoping to do here is to help in the transformation of transit. We need to unify that state role in terms of the administrative element of it and the organization of it at the state level. And that can be at Caltrans while the funding might be somewhere else. I don't think that necessarily negates where the funding is, but how transit is funded has to be unified, whereas one organization has the administrative element of it, such that transit agents are not burdened by having to go in 4 different shops to figure out how to get funded. So I think that's really what we're looking for is what are some of the constraints, like Kate said, why can't we have HSE money come through Caltrans? What's that? What can be fixed there, such that we can make it easier to go back to what we just approved? I would streamline that. It's really about bringing all that under one regulatory force.
Carl and Sharon, and then Michael.
Thank you, Carl Sidoric, Monterey Springs Transit District. And yeah, I am trying to be diplomatic. So what I have found over the past several years working on a couple of projects is that how do we get the staff who we are interacting with on a day-to-day basis to sometimes I find myself in the position of having to remind them what their own department, agency, or state or governor's own policy statements are. to move projects forward, because somewhere, you know, it gets dissipated. And they don't, I found staff, in a variety of capacities, not seemingly acting in a manner that would be supportive of what the state's stated goals, objectives are. So I don't know if there's any data, if there's been any surveys. I recall in the past FTA, I haven't done it recently, but I know in the past, the FTA used to do some type of basically almost grantee satisfaction. How are we doing? What specific problems are we having? And I don't know if Caltrans or CalSTA is doing that with your recipients to find out from our point of view, other than this task force, but there are certainly more people out there than us. What are some common threads to help you figure this out? I don't know that I'm personally in a capacity to tell you. I can tell you that it doesn't seem to be working well in my specific instances, but I think you may need more data to figure it out on your own. I have to say thanks.
Well, for me, if the role of this part of our task is to simplify and therefore make it, you know, easier to move things. Typically when these kind of consolidation projects or governmental consolidation things happen, you get a weird Frankenstein that usually the pieces that should have been consolidated don't, because their constituencies don't want them moved. So I think if we're gonna talk about that, we should say, what are those ones that we definitely don't want Caltrans, for instance, or CalSTA to be a party to. You know, a little while back, there was a push to get the PUC to take their rail safety division and move it over to Caltrans. That's a whole nother thing that you would unravel with the FTA now because of all of the changes that have happened at the state, at the federal level with regard to rail safety. So there's a lot of components there that it makes it seem like it'd be easy to do these things, but I mean, if I look at the San Diego region, when they consolidated, all they did was take over our construction capabilities and gave them to Sandag. And we've had one rail expansion since, so.
Michael and then Juan.
Yeah, Michael Pintel with the Oakland Transfer Association. I think the one thing I want to maybe reflect on here is separate from the back end for folks submitting grants and how those are managed by the administering agencies. Every year, frequently, we'll see the legislature stand up new programs, apply new requirements to programs that exist, depending on legislative whims, the color of money. And so I do wonder if we move toward this type of structure where there is some consolidated infrastructure, are we going to find ourselves having to make continual changes to that infrastructure for what is otherwise like a very limited program or like a short-term program? And I even think of just like SB 125, that exists for at most 6 years, hopefully. And by that, hopefully the money comes through in the 6 years that it's been promised. But if we were to stand up a structure, an infrastructure that is intended to serve that particular need, how much staff time and resources at the state level would be necessary to create something that is specific to that and have that bolted onto a larger infrastructure? And here I don't have the expertise to advise on what that would look like, obviously, but I did want to just like call out that potential challenge. It's a sound concept, but having watched how the legislature operates with fund sources and creation of programs on a fairly rapid and frequent basis, it seems like it would be something that's going to charge you all and your IT folks a lot of challenge on an ongoing basis that may ultimately hobble the success of something like this. And so just an observation, and obviously we have the statutory requirement to address this as we do, but just something that we might want to make sure that we're reflecting on it in some form or fashion.
Juan.
Juan Matute, UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies. I was just thinking of the way of
information flows and administering the grants, and then managerial insight into information flows and how that parallels needs for any support system. And there have been a lot of advances in ticket-based customer support, technical support systems. There's many brand names that offer these types of things, but what it does is allows managers to see, oh, we've got people working on 7 different requests for different grants. And so it allows different transparency into the process. So if you're architecting something or putting something together, I don't want to get so big that it has to be Salesforce, but you could consider the idea that an agency head might want to know all of the might want to have insight in all the back and forth from the different grant administration within their agency, and that would be some sort of possible with some sort of ticket-based customer support system that had an aggregation to an agency level view. It would also deal with an issue that I experienced more on the research side that has to do with grant administration, and that is that people turn over and sometimes your contact leaves and you have to go back and find a whole bunch of information that would be needed to administer that grant. And in this case, it's all in that history that's in the system. So it might actually help with onboarding of new people and moving faster if you're transitioning between grants managers.
All right, and I'll go to Carl,
Real
please.
quick, I've been
Close us out here.
informed that my survey of grantees in California has occurred, and that was already reflected in his comments, so.
So yeah, appreciate the discussion. This was a good primer for, what we'll, hopefully you come back with some base information, some additional guidance as we approach this topic in our March meeting. But I would like to move us along to agenda item 6. So this is a continuation of our discussion on options for additional funding, revenue sources, and funding needs and priorities. You were provided an additional staff report that speaks to a number of these issues based on our previous discussion and some additional information that I think will be helpful in guiding us, where we need to go next on this particular item. But with that, I would like to turn it over to Hunter to guide us through this section.
Yeah, so you should all have a copy of the staff report on options for existing funding. This is just a discussion item. There is no action proposed yet, although we welcome discussion on what we should consider as we continue to bring this back. Just to kind of outline what we've got here. One is we heard a request from the task force to really level set on where things stand. So the first section really touches on what's our current existing state of funding? What does it look like annually? What are the sources to the best of our ability? As I think we all just spent an hour or two talking about, the sources of transportation funding in this country are complex. Our second and our key section are what are some of the options available to improve funding, trying to break that down across, where we have some flexibility range, where we might be able to get efficiencies, and then third, and this is very much in response to task force section C, options for new sources of revenue, and then a short conclusion. Just to kind of go to the background, in fiscal year 22 to 23, to the best of our knowledge, transit agencies in California received about $12.5 billion in revenue, and then this is again joint between capital and operating. Obviously, that with capital goes up and down. You can see a breakdown in exhibit 1. That's on page number 2 for those of you following along. And you can see that there's a split, basically approximately 30% split between the feds, the state, and local funding. For those of you who are taking a look really closely and have compared that to NTD numbers, that's a slight variation on the NTD. The reason for that is under NTD accounting rules, the revenue from the local transportation fund is tagged as local dollars. However, because that is a statewide tax, we have chosen to tag that as state. Because regions cannot necessarily choose to get out of STA or get into STA. It is a statewide sales tax. Although there are different variations on, excuse me, not STA, LTF, excuse me.
It's local. I think everybody would sitting at the table might argue that.
I guess our definition that we were trying to use is one that if it's imposed at a statewide level by a statewide vote, that was state funding, and if it was imposed in a region by a regional vote, or at a county level, that was local.
But I believe that TDA had to be approved by each of the county
Okay.
boards and
Yeah.
supervisors in the regions in
I
order
think it
for it
needs
to
to be-
be.
Okay, back in the seventies, it was approved by each county.
I really was not party to that.
That's what I thought too, but I have to go.
We're willing to be corrected on this, but in terms of like thinking of it as something that applies to every single county of the state and not something that counties either join or don't join, we think of it as a state, it's a state funding source. We can have a big asterisk on that to explain what
But
we
it, you know,
would go that.
we always characterize it as local, but
Yeah.
it also supports our argument about how we need to have more revenues and that the state may not be stepping up at the level of other states. And that to me is a very strong argument. So.
I think the question to me is, could anyone leave TDA unilaterally?
Kind of get out of it.
No, no.
It's a state.
It's a statewide, it's a statewide.
I look at it, it's a return to source. The
Yes,
the payment is made in the county, it's returned to the county, and the local authorities have the ability to do big box retail or auto malls to generate that sales tax that comes back to the county versus STA is just, you know, what's the sale excise tax collected statewide, and there's a formula that comes back to us. So it's, to me, it's more of a return to source, and that's why I look at it as local, because local officials have the ability and local economies based on what happens to them, whether it's a natural disaster or major events that occur that can affect their LTF up and down locally.
So in an earlier meeting, you all recommended that one of the things that might, I mean, one of the recommendations that was put forward earlier was the idea of doubling that. And is that a statewide, would that be a statewide imposition of a tax, or would that be a local thing at that level? Like if we took LTF and.
Before we
Double
move
it.
to discussion, and I appreciate all this feedback and we will
Yeah.
take this, I actually do need to finish this presentation and take public comments, so we
Yeah.
stay in line with Bagley Keen.
Okay.
Before I totally, but point well taken. I'll just try to go through this quickly. Everyone can have the document in front of them. We then just looking on page 3, very quickly categorize who makes those funding decision choices regardless of where the sourcing is. So obviously, you know, with you know, regions making choices on STA versus TIRCP being made at the state, choices being made at the statewide level. Some additional breakdowns, taking you into options to improve funding. This is section 2, starting on page 4. Again, primary allocation occurring at the RTPA MPO level, with the most of the decision making being made at that RTPA MPO level. And again, we're looking in terms of the number of sources, it's around 35 different possible sources. And in terms of the breakdown between operations and capital projects, right now it's about between 2013 and 2023, 62% went to ops, 38 went to capital. Within that capital, it's about evenly split between capital for existing projects, your sort of maintenance, state of good repair stuff, and capital expansion. I will say, and I think this is a point everyone has taken to heart, there are 40 plus program sources, distinct program rules, trying to figure out where all the money has flown and who's it's gone to and what sources it's gone to in an accurate and reflective manner is a non-trivial challenge. And I do not, our method will not be perfect. I will freely say that. And we did our best and are happy to receive feedback and try to address that as we go forward. I think getting to a little bit more of the meat, you know, I want to take you to section A2. You know, there are options to potentially increase flexibility in how funds are used. This does have really significant consequences though. And this is a point I'm sure I will hear from you all. Some of these reallocations, if not properly backfilled, jeopardizes federal funds, especially within the Capital Investment Grant Program 309. However, we have been working on and will continue to come back to this task force and others with how we might be more aggressive in terms of allocations, especially when it comes to the August redistribution. We've seen under allocation and for the first time in recent history, there was an under allocation on the FHWA side where we actually received less funds in the August redistribution than the state of Texas. So this is something that I think needs to be collectively addressed. This is not going to be a one size fits all challenge, but we are working on how we might be able to, with that flexibility, bring in more money overall by potentially moving years of expenditure and different dates to increase us closer to the obligation limit. Moving on into the medium term section, section B, one just sort of ongoing present challenge is that costs are, increasing above inflation rate. And this is kind of imperfect in our knowledge, but we do our best to attribute this to different sources. This is just some basic information out of the NTD. If these trends were to continue to 2035, just to kind of give an idea of projections, our operating costs would double from about 9 billion a year to 18 billion a year, and our average annual capital costs could triple if these again continues, but obviously would be unlikely that those would continue in those times given the revenue that is available at the table. Again, I hope as we've been talking through these recommendations, our goal with a lot of them has been to address some of these efficiency concerns and try to make a system that will improve capital and operational cost efficiency. I'll move us very quickly on to section C. And I want to point out we took, based on the feedback, kind of quickly analyzed, some of the ranges of possible sources. So one sort of broad bucket category, government sources of funds. This is, sales tax, fuel taxes, cap and trade proceeds, possibly hotel tax. Hotel taxes were referenced in the report, in the task force, earlier. To kind of just illustrate that, we took all of those and said how much, and this is entirely for illustrative purposes only, in Exhibit 6 on page 10, we modeled for you how much would existing taxes need to increase to raise transit funding by 10%, i.e. in order to raise $1.225 billion, how much would these various existing taxes need to increase to raise that? You can review that in the deck. I also wanted to point out in our TWG and SME interviews, there were other possible longer term sources of revenue, not sort of the flexible stuff that could potentially address sort of immediate shorter term challenges, but looking at increases in fare and potentially roadway pricing revenue. Obviously, as we see more express lanes come on, those often are supporting transit. We also have talked about in this task report the possible revenue from land use and value capture. This is a tough subject. I think we will take public comment quickly and then you can move on to discussion and can answer any direct questions you may have a more robust discussion.
Now it's time for public comment. Anyone in the room would like to make a public comment? Seeing no one in the room, Rachel, do you have anyone on Zoom that would like to make a public comment?
Yes, we have 3 raised hands. We'll start with our first one, Marissa, and you may speak now.
Hi, my name is Marissa Brown. I'm representing the Greenlining Institute as a Transportation Equity Program Manager. Thank you so much for this in-depth work and the opportunity to comment. First, my comment is going to be on facilitation of this meeting. I raised my hand during the previous comment and then was muted before I actually completed my comment. And so I raised my hand again and I was not allowed to comment. And so I just think it's good practice at the beginning of the meeting and at the start of every comment period, making it really clear how virtual public comment will be facilitated and the rules for speakers would really help with accessibility. And so I had to wait 2 hours now to say something I could have shared much earlier. My next question or comment on facilitation is on incorporating public feedback through email. So if feedback gets sent through email, what is the actual outcome from that, especially if our comment is on something that has already been moved to be voted on? And then lastly, I don't see the staff report for funding for agenda item 6 posted online under this meeting. Can you all post it there again or post it in the chat? Thank you so much. And then, so continuing on my comment for agenda item 5. So under fleet asset and management goals for AA.2 in the language incentivizing manufacturing ZE buses, I think it's also important here to add language mentioning the use of fair labor practices. Yes, we want to bring manufacturing jobs to ZE buses to California, but we want to make sure those jobs are life-sustaining. And if these recommendations are going to legislators, it's important to call that out to them. Secondly, we support what Laurel Paget-Seekins commented on section FF. So the Greenlining Institute does not support a moratorium on ICT. The previous amended language, so the amendment that was proposed for FF.2 was incredibly vague and would only resolve to give legislators confusion about ICT and whether that regulation is needed or not, which it really is. Communities of color and low-income folks have borne the brunt of fossil fuel-related emissions, and they have held those impacts for decades. And so in language, especially at this moment in time with fascism, okay, sorry, let me just finish. With fascism on the rise federally, it's important to hold equity and climate language. And I'll send a letter. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You've reached your 2 minutes, and we'll move on to the next public speaker.
Good afternoon, Ian Griffiths, task force member. In the report under strategies, under the category of improvements to cost efficiencies, this was really lacking. I found this lacking in many different opportunities for cost efficiencies. There was no mention of centralizing any kind of administrative functions across transit agencies, either at the regional level or within regions, within adjacent transit sheds or among the state, even though we've talked about those very opportunities, such as for workforce development, within this task force, there was no discussion of centralized benefit programs like healthcare benefits, or looking at the opportunities, what seemed like very obvious opportunities when you have over 300 different operators for administrative efficiencies among them. As well as no discussion of service contracting or using franchises as is used in other parts of the world to moving to a different model of essentially procuring transit service, which can be done with high labor standards and union labor, but which can help manage the escalation of costs over time. So I think for completeness, those should be within the set of cost efficiency strategies, and I would like to see some evaluation of those opportunities. And then lastly, on the growing funding sources section of the staff report, several sources that were discussed in the last meeting were not mentioned at all. I'm not clear on whether this is a complete listing of the possible funding sources. It doesn't seem very complete. There's no mention of payroll tax, income tax, corporate tax, which as New Jersey, one of the states that is being referred to, recently raised a corporate tax to fill their fiscal cliff needs. So we should be really looking at the peer jurisdictions that we're comparing ourselves to in terms of those that have high rates of transit funding. What are the funding sources they are using? And those should all be evaluated in this list. And that's the other comment, is I don't really see in this listing an evaluation of the pros and cons of each of these sources in terms of their impacts on the public, as well as their potential to generate revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. You've reached your 2 minutes. We'll move on to our final public comment. And Adina, you may speak.
Hello, Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area. And a few comments on this item, which is really critically important and really central to the heart of the task force. So a few comments. One is that in the staff report, the analysis about funding for capital versus operations was not clear, and this is something that is a major issue. The transit fiscal cliff affecting some of the higher ridership agencies in the state is an operating funding issue, and so that is really important to analyze. Another point is in looking at the funding sources, building on what Ian Griffiths has just said. It will be helpful and important to analyze funding sources as things that have the potential to be like, near term, medium term, long term. And I'm not recommending that, to only focus on the near term items. There are some things like the transit oriented development that do have potential for funding, but are longer term and like won't do anything about short term financial issues. And there also are some funding sources in terms of going to user fees or things like income taxes that might take longer politically to do. So I think looking at the shorter term versus longer term is going to be an important access. And then lastly, and critically, looking at how much money is needed against goals. Is the goal just to prevent the system from declining, or is the goal to achieve the state's climate and housing and other goals? I think that is really critical to analyze and report and then be part of the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Adina. That concludes our public comment on Zoom.
Great. No, appreciate all the public comments. I know that, there's going to be a robust discussion with our task force members. Wanted to open it up to see if there's any questions, clarifications on what was presented, and also wanted to tee up a couple of the discussion questions here. Just in terms of the options to improve the transit agency's fiscal positions, thinking about that in not only the short, but the medium and long term, how we approach that. And then what other revenue sources would this task force like to highlight in the final report? Appreciate, Ian's comments of, a few other sources that could be looked into. We did, highlight quite a few in the report itself, but wanted to open it up if there are any comments from our task force members. Let's start off with Laura.
Laura Tolkov. So thank you for this analysis. I'm glad we're at the point where we can have this conversation, although I don't think we're going to be finishing it today. So I have some points of clarification on the analysis that I'm hoping that you can provide or bring back as supplemental information. So one of those is a question of why look at fiscal year 22-23 as opposed to a trend line over time, especially knowing that the last few years have had a real distorted funding mix.
So most of the funding in the table is based on apportionments and available funds through like FTA and through state programs, and those are pretty stable. So one of the things that we did, instead of taking just what has been reported, spending the state dollars, is we took a look at what the actual apportionments of money are, not the timing of when they're spent. So on the state side, when you see the dollars that are in there, they're like what was generated and assigned and allocated out to agencies, not how fast they assigned those to capital projects or to their operating budgets, but rather how much money was generated in the fiscal year for those for transit and then made available to transit, with most of that money having its decisions around how to spend it at the local level. So I believe that, we could also present a trend of information, but in terms of getting the, comparable information year after year after year, there are changes in that. But we believe this is a good representation of generally what's available, and that year didn't have in it, for example, the extra one-time money we put in from SB 120 didn't have the $5.1 billion flowing into it. So it's more of a steady state on the state side than what the next year would look like. That's and then the reporting in NTD has the drawback of only reporting what's actually spent in that year, even if there's balances of grant funding that are going to be drawn down over many years. It doesn't show the annual amounts that are being made available and then assigned to various purposes. So that was kind of the thought process, but like there definitely is more information we could generate if it's helpful in the deliberations of the group.
I think the understanding the apportion versus spend is helpful. One other question slash request is, you know, one of the observations that's in the report is just that, you know, there's a lot of flexibility at the regional level, and that a lot of the funding that flows through those, through the MPOs and RTPAs, you know, is flexible. And I think it would be really helpful to understand at that level, not just the state level, really the trends in how the regions are spending that money and for what types of investments. If it's possible to provide that kind of supplemental information.
I would be more up to the regions. I think it would be hard for us to accurately characterize on behalf of all the regions. I would want to consult with them first before trying to get a statewide understanding of what choices each region has.
James? I think Eli was. Oh, let's go Eli, then James.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I appreciate Laura digging into this, and so I think, you know, some answers on that would be helpful. I would second, I know Ian wasn't able to make it, but I do think that we should be taking a look at some sort of corporate transit fee. We're gonna see a cut at the federal level that we know about on corporations, because we saw it during the first administration. And so I think the political opportunity to say, well, you know, we need to continue to fund things like public transportation and other needs in this state is gonna be critical. And so if they're facing a real big cut on the federal level, I don't see why we cannot generate revenue here in California. Another thing that, you know, that Juan and I have been talking about, and maybe you'll bring up more of this, is, you know, how we really create revenue out of TOD, TIF districts. We were just looking at one just the other day along Alameda in LA County to be able to get the southeast sorry, we have so many projects we're working on.
For all this time, you.
I know, I should know that. No, the southeast
Gateway line.
Southeast Gateway line, Janice Hahn line. No, from its current terminus in Slauson all the way to Union Station, and the real opportunity through that area, which has a lot of warehouses for development and leveraging that tax increment. We actually wrote legislation, SB 961 with Ben Allen a couple of years ago that created the Nifty 2 districts. Unfortunately, it has not been used because of some of the restrictions that the former governor put on it in terms of voting districts. This governor has been open to it and has even mentioned it as a reform. And so we think that there's a real opportunity to create these TIF districts. You know, Mark, you and I have talked about this, and really create a new source of fund that nobody else is looking at based on increment that can fund transportation. And that really should be on the table because the potential is so huge there. In terms of sort of the idea of TDA, I mean, I think it works. We've proved that in LA County. We've done 2 ballot measures that have essentially increased our local transportation funding significantly, you know, under the auspices of TDA, and now we have a significant portion of operating funds. So I think it would be unfair to impose an additional fee or sales tax on folks in LA County who've actually already voted twice to do that. So, you know, we have to find an equitable way to look at that. The other thing that I think is really important and is in the report, and I appreciate it being in the report, there are significant discussions about the reauthorization of cap and trade and the reform on that. And so the detail that you provided on how much we would need to see either the cap and trade generate in terms of revenue or the increase in GGRF allocation for transportation was really helpful in our conversations as we make asks to the legislature on GGRF and cap and trade. And so I think that is a real short-term opportunity
because that is definitely on the agenda for legislators in this session. And so I think, I think there's a real opportunity there. And then I have to say this, because I read an article just this morning in the LA Times. It basically says that, our EV sales are stalling as the mandate looms. As part of that, Tesla is being able to understate policy over traditional automakers being able to essentially earn billions in profits over the years by selling state issued emission credits or selling electric vehicles. And not only do I think that that is bad state policy, but it's fueling essentially a company led by a CEO who is right now dismantling pieces of the federal government. And so I really think that we should be looking at the idea of a Cybertruck tax. Because we should not be fueling a corporation with credits when we could be fueling public agencies who serve all of us and benefit all of us with real service. That would be my recommendation. I'll leave it.
Thanks, Eli. Let's go to Seamus and one.
Yeah, thanks. I agree that the information in the report is really instructive. I think it's helping to bring into focus how the final report should be structured and what the key takeaways should be there. I totally agree with Bob's point earlier about making that section 4, section 1. I think within that section 4, now section 1, the idea of needing new sources of revenue should be point number 1. The legislature asked us to look at what it would take, strategies for increasing ridership through transforming transit. And I think we just know and have known for a while, and this report confirms it, that we can't do any of that without new revenue. We just can't do it. Everything else that's in the near term and the medium term ideas is marginal in terms of the impact on ridership. That's my takeaway. I'm glad to see that this report confirms that California spends, I'm not glad to see it, but talk about how much California spends on operating subsidy compared to other states. And we see now that it's significantly lower in other states. And we know that if we need to increase ridership, we're going to need to subsidize operations at a higher level. We're going to move forward with capital expansion in order to increase ridership. We're going to need more operating subsidy to go with that. None of that can happen without new funding. I would even go so far as to say that if we don't have new funding materialize, probably can't wait for the long term for it to happen, by the way, but if it doesn't materialize, we're going to lose riders, even if we move forward with more funding, flexibility, and some of these other efficiency goals. I think we still lose riders because the service cuts due to the inflationary pressures that are out of our control are going to be insurmountable. We can't defer maintenance. I'm guessing that the 20% of capital expenditures that go toward existing projects, almost all of that's going to be preventative maintenance and state of repair related work. Maybe that's where the CARB compliance capital expenditures are happening too, but those things aren't optional. We know we have to do those things. The 18% for capital expansion, that's all of the new riders that we're hoping to get. Those things, if we want new ridership, if we want to grow ridership, we can't be flexible on the funding that we're spending on capital expansion either. So I share some of the comments that have been made about looking at other new revenue sources beyond what is the ideas that are included in this report. I know there'll be more conversation about that, but this is point 1A, in my opinion, is that we need new revenue. That should be the message to the legislature. We need new revenue to be able to achieve these goals.
Go to Juan and then Alex.
Juan Matute, UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies. I wanted to comment on the air rights as well as the tax increment financing. So for the air rights, I think that is one I see here as enabling development above stations, and that would produce a certain amount of value, maybe 3% of what would be possible if you also allowed transfer of the development rights within the station areas. You'd see orders of magnitude more value produced by the air rights. And how that would effectively work is there may need to be legislation. This would be a big multi-billion dollar or major mass transit in terms of revenue production, but what you would do is you would pass some law that said the zoning for this right of way, this station is the same as the adjacent zoning. And you're not going to develop that land because it is being used for transit, but you are going to sell that vested development right to a private developer, likely, there could be public as well, within the station area. For them to have more height and density associated with their project. We've seen a lot of density bonuses coming out of the state legislature for affordable housing and other things. Those are great. This wouldn't supplant any of those. It would just be another layer with the funding going towards the transit agency. And there would have to be some analysis, obviously, on this on a case on a case-by-case basis to know whether or not you needed a density bonus on top of that, or perhaps what it is all the right-of-way land between stations collapses into that station area and then can be offered as transfer of development rights from the air rights to nearby property owners. This is effectively a mechanism that is like because the transit agencies will own the property, it is like giving transit agencies the power, limited power for what Chris Elmendorf called in a 2018 brief, auction the upzone. So Chris Elmendorf is a land use law professor at UC Davis, who's been doing a lot of work on land use innovation for and informing some of the changes on the affordable housing side. So I think that could be huge and produce and for the major agencies, because it might just apply to heavy rail, bus rapid, light rail transit, maybe commuter rail. But for those agencies, it could provide a lot of funding in the billions. That is effectively one time, right? You sell it, you want to be smart as an agency, don't sell it right away, wait till the value to maximize so that you're getting a higher price per developable square foot, but every station area will be different, and it might be you sell 20% now, 20% later, and then the rest later. But for the TIF, and so that would require the transfer of development rights, not just developing above the station. That's the key thing to look into. And then for the TIF, I've always seen it as something offered to make a capital project pencil out, and I actually don't think that's the best idea. Sure, that'd be great, but TIF would be most powerful in providing ongoing funding for operations. It's effectively a parcel tax that, and a lot of parcel taxes provide operations funding. It's a value capture parcel tax that people don't know that they're paying. It's just avoided revenues from the local and county governments, but it's revenues that they may have not have realized anyways had the transit service not been there. So the counterfactual isn't necessarily there. And so that, like, if there was some statewide law that just said, there are now TIFs. You can have TIFs around all of your stations that meet certain criteria. That would really help some of these larger agencies as well. And then some of these other programs that are providing in the millions but not the billions may be, because smaller agencies won't have those opportunities, may be able to fund the expansion of transit service outside of these core areas that have these TIF and transferable air rights opportunities. I want to throw that out there.
Great, thanks, Juan. Let's go to Alex, Laurel, and then Komen.
Alex Fockelman, MTC. I also want to appreciate the staff report. There's a lot of information and also the opportunity to keep talking about and refining some of the data in here, but I really appreciate putting this together. I also really appreciate the call out of the operators with the sort of near-term fiscal cliff and sort of survival. I know in this, you didn't really solve it yet, but I appreciate the call out because I think as we think about transformation, we're also thinking about just survival of some of our transit systems. So I think that's really important. I think that Seamus sort of said a lot of what I'm gonna say, so I'll try to make it quick, but I think it's worth reaffirming. I think the most important thing to come out of this task force is sort of a very strong statement that the state must invest more money in transit operating, or transit, but I think in particular operating so that we have more service levels. So I think that is number one in the report, in my opinion. I appreciate kind of the discussion about increased flexibility in the near term. And, you know, we can talk about how much August redistribution is and other things, but I do want to at least highlight, you know, I mean, that's not going to transform transit. I think you all recognize that. It's not even going to help with survival of some of our transit systems that are really key to our regions. And I think people mentioned the fact that the ICT is likely, you know, is going in the opposite direction of increasing costs, capital and operating. I don't think quite yet in this report, we really tease out the state of good repair needs. So this idea that we can just take stuff from capital and move it to operating in our region, we actually are incurring debt to meet our state of good repair needs. And that's, you know, we've been seeing it coming. It's not like this just came about. We've been looking at the BART car replacement, the muni fleet replacement, the Caltrain replacement. And we've been planning for it and it's here and it's great for customers to have new vehicles, but we don't have enough money to do it on an ongoing basis. So I just want to make sure that's understood, that we can't just sort of be taking money and kind of moving it around without having other repercussions. I think someone pointed this out. I think there's a lot of variability across the state, maybe in terms of who's investing what, but that doesn't mean the money can be like ported from one part of the state to another. And nor do I think it should. I mean, I'm just saying, so I think it's important. I get you can't tease out all of that, but it's important people understand. I did also want to note, because it mentions in here, well, couldn't regions just take money and kind of redirect it of their flexible money? And I noticed later in the report, it says that that's hard for the state to do. It's hard for regions too. I mean, I looked at how we've spent our money over the last 15 years of our sort of STP CMAC. We have put about 30% into transit. But we put 30% into active transportation. We put 30% into maintaining our streets and roads. So, you know, so that buses and bikes. So I just want to make sure everyone understands I think we all know it's a finite bucket. And I guess I did want to lend you know, I think we should consider some other new revenue sources that aren't on here. I think, you know, our region, as part of our process, we did look at the payroll tax. I think because a few meetings ago, you mentioned Paris and value capture or something, but when we actually look, Paris actually uses a payroll tax. I think 48% of its operating budget is from that. And we think about where we need robust transit, it's often in our biggest areas with the most, you know, job centers. So I think it should be on the table. We looked at it, it pulled similarly in our region to a sales tax. Really hard though to do that locally and not have opposition. Hard to do it statewide and not have opposition, but probably should be on the table. And then this is a much smaller thing, and I'll end with this, is I think at least having something in here about whether there's an opportunity for our colleges to have, you know, either a blanket authorization for a fee or just part of the money as a transportation budget that could go to passes. That's certain money to the transit operators, and hopefully over time it translates into more fare revenue because we grow lifetime riders. I know that's a small thing, but I think it's worth putting in anyways. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's go to Laurel.
Laurel Pendant-Seekins, Public Advocates. I have a couple questions and comments. Just thinking, tying back to sort of what I said at the beginning about in terms of the outline of the report and thinking about like, what is the goal, whether it's enough service to meet our climate goals or just some sort of service level goal. And then sort of tying that into how much money, and I know I asked about this at the last meeting, like, I'm wondering sort of how you're thinking about that analysis and when we'll be sort of seeing that. I'm guessing, is there more analysis coming, in terms of how much is needed to meet 10 years? I think it was in the study, something about how much money is needed for 10 years of transit, right? So I guess I have a question of, or is there additional analysis coming and we're going to get it? And then I had a question about, or just maybe it's more of a comment on exhibit 5. It doesn't seem to be normalized by like service hours or service miles. Useful. And then also reiterating what was said on the public comment, like I do think it would be helpful if this was released to the public beforehand. And I'm guessing that maybe you're working on accessibility of the document. I did notice that the alt text doesn't seem to be there, or it's generated by AI and not accurate. And then I had some feedback, let me go back, was on sort of where the money should be coming from. I just think sort of just in the long term, we can't be relying on GGRF, or we shouldn't be relying on GGRF, because the idea of GGRF long term is that it should go down, right? That is like money to pay to pollute, and we want pollution to go down. So we shouldn't be thinking of that as like a long-term stable revenue source. Ideally, as we develop the technology and things change, that goes down. So I feel like that is an argument for these other sources of funding being on the table as well. I will also bring up, thinking about the road charge, and as we have that conversation, replace the gas tax, thinking about how much money it's raising and where it's going should be on the table. Seconding the, payroll tax is also used in Oregon and New York City, so not just in Paris. So it's definitely something to look at. And what's my other revenue sources? And yeah, just really want to second everyone's comments about this needing to be front and center of what is.
Just to respond to one, on the service goals, and where this informs, this is obviously gonna slot into the report and the development and what you'll see in the summer of, the costs to grow, operate, maintain over the next 10 years. We're also gonna be heavily leveraging, the work that our regions and agencies have done to plan and kind of trying to collate that as much as possible. I think unfortunately, and as you see in this report, to take some just like pure straight line estimates, based on the last 10 years, if the next 10 years occur like the last 10 years, do I expect operating costs and capital costs to respectively double and triple? I would say making that projection would not necessarily be something I would believe would be likely to be true, because I don't think there has not yet when you looked at some of the revenue assumptions to grow, you saw how aggressive it would need to be just to grow by 10%. So to grow by 100%, it's possible, but there's a lot of tough assumptions there. So we're going to try to continue to flesh that out, but I don't know if I doubt we will get to the state of like there's some perfect magic model that can tell us exactly what we're going to need to deliver exactly what results in service. I think we're just going to have, scenarios and options to consider, but my hope is within those scenarios and options to consider, we will be analyzing the proposals that the task force has been helping us push forward to show how those could move the needle in one direction or the other. And that should hopefully also help inform the impact conversation.
Yeah, I do think
comments well received on the impacts and accessibility. One of the reasons why it is not on the web is we want to make sure it is accessible. And so that's always a tough thing with these meetings, especially kids.
Yeah, appreciate that. And then just to follow up to Hunter's point, I mean, I do think that, there is a little bit about, what do we need to do in the kind of immediate near term to help stabilize some of the agencies that are really feeling, the struggles just to keep the lights on essentially. And then how do we think about more of those transformational aspects of it. And I think that is where it becomes difficult to, come up with that magic number. But I think, to Hunter's point, we'll provide, as much data and kind of options, as we can, to this group. Let's go to Kome, then Michael, then Rashidi.
Thank you. I also want to commend the work that's been done here because it really helps to focus the conversation. I think this is where we've all been waiting to come have a chat at this point, because this is the essence of it. And I think Laura raises a point, she's made it twice now that I've heard. What are we trying to do here? Is it service goals or is it climate goals? And the way I have conceptualized it is transit is essential to meeting those climate goals. And so we need to make transit sustainable such that we can meet those. So it's not one or the other, it's really all inclusive. And to do that, I think the key here is the state needs to be a more robust partner in transit. And I think that's the essence of this conversation. It's what is the state's role? And there couldn't be any more important role than to stand up on the funding side. And that's what we're talking here. So I think there's a lot been said, and I really would second what Ian said, what Alex said, Jim said. I think looking for these new sources makes sense. What I would hope that we want to do is to try and clarify what the state's role is. Because there will be, the state's role should be some measure of statewide formula funding, statewide discretional funding, which will address these new sources of funds, which will be addressed by new sources of funds. There's also a regional role. There will always continue to be a regional role, and the regions are already doing what they can. There's a number of funding sources here that we've talked about that I feel like are more opportunistic and very location sensitive. So you can't do a tax increment financing if you don't have taxable property that can yield tax increment. So that's very localized and it's going to be context sensitive. I think the same thing with one's TDR idea, that's going to be very localized and in places. But I think part of our recommendation should be to have the authority to have this opportunistic strategies available to the regions to be able to fund transit as needed. But that does not remove the strong need, the overarching need for a state fund source. So looking at revenue streams that are statewide that can feed into a state program for transit, I think is really the outcome that I would hope that we're trying to get to.
Yeah, thanks, Kome. Michael?
I'm always a little cautious when we start talking about this, that we are trying to parcel out money to certain agencies and not to others, because every transit agency in this state is facing fiscal challenges, one type or another. And it's important that we recognize the challenges that everyone is facing, not just individual operators or individual areas. So I think it's important that when we talk about solutions, we're talking about solutions that address the needs of all the operators in the state. Because one way or another, we all have fiscal challenges. They're different in different parts of the state. And we're all addressing them in our own ways. But I think it's important that we not create a situation where we're looking to address some needs and not others. So I think as we just go forward in this conversation, I think we need to keep that in mind.
Great. Michael, let's go Rashidi and then Bob.
Rashidi Barnes, Trident to Transit. There's a lot to be said here, so I'll try to keep it as quick as possible. And Alex talked a little bit about what she mentioned, taking money and moving them around. One of the things that potentially could happen in the Bay Area BART, we've talked about, they're having fiscal issues. Now, if they had to, and the state doesn't come to support them, or the feds don't support them, they have to make cuts, and then they have to maybe also look at other local sources like TDA, for example. That would directly impact me, because it could come from a source that I'm high. And so why I say that is because this is real life. We're talking about impacting veterans. We're talking about impacting our aging population in Eastern Contra Costa County. We're talking about people of color that will be directly impacted, because I will not have $3-4 million of a $35 million operating budget to use. I have to cut service. So this is real life. And I know we are talking at the fringes of this, but ultimately we're talking about life and death. It's to some point. So just keep that in mind when we're trying to come up with, when we're talking about just moving money around. That's not really an option. The option is for the state to provide additional new funding source for us to be able to just maintain where we're at today. Also, I think that we're not talking about, as much as I would like to talk about it, the sources of our issues. Healthcare increases, insurance increases, unfunded mandates, technology. To me, these are all areas where the state can help us with policies that can do some of those costs to us. And instead of us talking about how to move around money, let's talk about how to push other state agencies that will reduce the financial burden on us that we see on a daily basis. My insurance costs, or my healthcare costs, is up 22%. And I know that's not the state, but maybe there's something that the state can do to help out in those areas. And I think as operators, we're all experiencing those type of burns. So I asked the state to look at this broader and try to identify some of those sources where we're all getting hit dramatically.
Really good points. Go to Bob, then Carrie, and Michael, and Carl.
Mark, I just want to slightly push back on Turner's comments there. There's got to be priorities. The singular priority of this group, I think, in my opinion, should be identifying new revenue sources for transit operations. And I specifically say for transit operations, Turner. 8 months after this report is due to the state ledge, 8 months after that, Mark, BART's deficit is going to be $375 million. And I'm coming for that money. I'm telling you right now, it's already happening, Rashidi. So I didn't even tell him to say that. Those I am. BART is that we have to do that. And, as BART goes, so do all the other transit operators up in the Bay Area. Forget that, what Rashidi was talking about, the TDA money. If I go to 60-minute headways out on the L line, he's likely out of business. I mean, I'm not picking on you. I'm just trying to tell Mark to understand there are priorities here that we need to really be focusing on. All the operators, we're the regional network in the Bay Area. Everything is connecting into BART. If we have to go to 60-minute headways, or if we have to start closing stations down, it is really going to have a negative impact on all the other operators in the Bay Area. And so identifying a revenue source for transit operations is my singular focus of this, of being at these SB 125 meetings. It is, there's no other, and again, Turner, oh, we got to look out for everybody. Maybe but there needs to be some priorities set for transit operations that are at a fiscal cliff right now. That's first. The second one, and I'm trying to be helpful here, about what you can do right now, Mark. I can't cut my way out of 375. I cannot. But I can help bring that down. And I'll give you 2 ways that you could help me. So one, I have a lot of money that I have to use from my operating budget for quality of life challenges in the system. the biggest part of that is I'm funding our Progressive Policing Bureau out of our operating budget. And why can't BART be a direct recipient of homeless allocations coming out of Sacramento? Right now, why can't I go up there and put in an application in for $100 million? And I don't want to go through the county, Alameda, San Francisco, any other county, have the money come straight to BART and we deal with it. I'll get it out on the street. I'll get it to the people who need it. But for some reason, and Turner may know, I mean, we tried this before and somebody, threw us out of their office or whatever happened. It didn't manifest itself. I still can't go and apply for that source of revenue. And I'm like, why can't I? I'm my own agency, right? I'm my own district. But anyway, so you could help there. To this point here, what are the options? That's one, because it's not 375, but if it's 50 million and it's over a few years, that's starting to drive down that deficit, right? And then there's money for Turner to do some other stuff, right? So, and then here's another one. Here's another so I run in operations every single day. And so Sunday, Mark, I was hit with vandalism out on the A line. And a big strand of fiber was cut. And it shut down the lower A line, 2 lines of service all day. And so, we're going back out there, but it would be good. And I brought this up to the governor in a different form, maybe, I don't know, a year ago, but a statewide marketing campaign to fill all the vacancies. And it doesn't need to be just sworn officers, right? Ambassadors, crisis intervention specialists, CISs, community service officers, because then I have more presence in the system. I minimize those types of impacts to the riders. Those riders that were impacted on the lower A line, it was an all-day thing. They're not taking BART again. They're telling me to go jump into, you weren't there for me. You weren't reliable. I'm not taking BART. Right? And so I've lost them and I got to earn them back. But if I had more presence in the system and the partnership with all the jurisdictions that I go through and all those positions were filled, that would drive up transit ridership, right? And so some kind of marketing campaign led by your team, and I've said this before, Mark, you know that, to fill the ambassadors, the CIS, it would help everybody around this table. And so anyway, and I'm not picking on you either, Turner, but you set me off with that.
Hey, just for the record, Mark, I was the first one that came up with that marketing campaign for him. Because it'll help me too.
I would just add on that marketing. I mean, I experienced this the other day because somebody came in and stole a bunch of copper wire on the E line in Los Angeles, and it was out for basically the weekend. They were running one track, and I was late to pick up my kid. I'm not gonna leave the system, like this is what I do, but you're right, you lose ridership to things like that. And so, there needs to be a statewide campaign to recruit people, but to also like deal with this statewide problem of people stealing stuff and destroying public property, right? I mean, it really is problematic for those who are just trying to get from where they need to go.
Points well taken, and appreciate kind of the creative approaches here. And I know some of those things have been discussed in prior meetings, so I appreciate you bringing those up. Let's go to Carrie, then Michael, and Paul.
So in the same vein as what many others are saying, I think we have a lot of what's in here. And again, similar to others, I acknowledge the time and effort that went into this, but I feel like a lot of what we're talking about in here is not transformative. Like this is not how we get huge increases in revenue. And it's also not how we solve our climate challenges. And the way we do that is a whole section of the report on roadway revenue. We have to be pricing roads and obtaining money from that. And we started off this whole thing with international examples. And then now we're looking at what other states are doing. And short of a couple of weeks in New York City, we don't really have good US examples. But there are great international examples, and if we want to transform transit in the state, we gotta be looking to London and Stockholm and places like that. And that is how we got enough money to actually fund transit. If you look at the transformations that took place in those places when they had that huge surge in funds, that is how they achieved it.
Scary. Michael, Carl, and then back to Juan.
Thank you, Michael Pimentel, with the California Transit Association. Probably gonna echo a lot of what's been said by others on the task force already. I think to start, particularly on the short-term options and considerations, I think the discussion around capital versus operations is something that maybe is not all that helpful in addressing what is ultimately at the of our challenges, which is things like BART for Caltrain estimated ridership. And there is really no conversation that will be fair to have around just simply reallocating capital dollars toward operations that ultimately addresses that really potentially long-term trenching challenge that they have in getting the ridership back and being able to address what is a pretty significant impact on their fare box revenue and really their operating budgets, given the reliance on fare box. And so I do think that the conversation in the short term should really include focus on new funds that can be put into place quickly and made available to agencies. I did want to just note that when we have that conversation about near-term, mid-term, long-term fund sources, the one thing that is absent from this document, which I think is pretty good at starting the conversation, is really some of the limitations that may exist on particular fund sources. And so, for example, there's an acknowledgement of gas taxes. Maybe a valid thing to consider. Let's also make sure that we're talking about Article 19 restrictions and make sure that we are offering options that rightly can be available to the agencies. There's also identification of like tolling revenues. I think it would be helpful to understand, like, where can those monies be applied? If it's for operations, is it only in the corridor? Is it external from the corridor? And make sure that we are having that type of broader conversation around what may ultimately hobble any solution that we might put forward. On the conversation on costs, I think that the report does begin to touch on some of those drivers that agencies are facing on operations and capital. But I think as Rashidi was communicating, I think the conversation has to be a lot broader. We make references to ZE transition, not really ascribing a cost to that transition. I mean, we're talking about agencies today purchasing vehicles that for the vehicle alone are twice as expensive, in some cases 3 times more expensive. If you're questioning or presenting that costs are outstripping inflation, well, yes, because the state has charged us with purchasing vehicles that are 2 or 3 times more expensive. Build out infrastructure, we have to do training to get our agencies into a position of being able to operate those vehicles. And so I think having that fuller conversation on things like ZE transition, and then also all those soft costs become very real for the agencies around things like healthcare and insurance, needs to be brought into the fold. Everyone knows we're in a housing crisis or an insurance crisis. Why isn't that reflected in a way that would, I think, fairly present the agencies are responding to market trends and more global trends, not simply wastefully spending money and focusing on efficiency? I'm not suggesting that that's what is presented here, but I can venture to guess there are going to be skeptical members of legislature who might read this and say, boy, agencies can just do a lot more to bring down their costs and live within their means. And that would be, I think, problematic for us to find ourselves walking away with. And then I think when we think about solutions there, beyond new resources that are direct to public transit for basic transit operations or capital purposes, to Bob Power's point around taking certain things off transit agencies' books, We've got to find a way to build into revenue streams that have been made available to others. I think the homelessness funding is a prime example of that. I'll step back 4 or 5 years ago, we were making the request to have direct access to those dollars. And we had members of the legislature, including staff for a key budget member, I won't name names, tell us, I don't believe this is a problem. You've not demonstrated what you would do with these monies if you had them. And instead we have agencies expending tens of millions of dollars a year to cover homeless crisis that they did not create. And so again, we need to think comprehensively on this. Again, I think the staff report starts the conversation well. Again, don't want to impugn that any of this is intended to direct your perspectives, but I do always wonder, how does someone pick this up and what is their walk away from this? I think we need to be extra sensitive around what could be just perceptions that it's all about efficiency and nothing about new revenues. And again, acknowledge medium and long-term are discussions around near-term revenues or revenues being made available, the near-term conversation. What is Thank you.
Go to Carl and Juan and Kate.
Yeah, I think to emphasize some of what Michael said and Rashidi. I'm going to my board next Monday for competitively bid through the private sector our services for ADA paratransit services that I'm required to run. State and federal regulations with a 20% increase from just since 2022. And that's not a cost, that's a cost I have to absorb. And to compare transit operators' cost structure to the CPI is just not the right comparison. I'm not buying flour, butter, eggs, especially eggs. We're in those. Thank you. You made me that one yesterday.
Yeah, you should be selling eggs.
I should be selling eggs, right?
Pay for it.
So we need to, yeah, we're higher than the CPI. We're lower than the construction cost index. What are we comparing ourselves to? That's going up 15% per year. So I think we need to take a look at, and maybe we have to create our own index, something that focuses on the cost of labor, cost of fuel, insurance. What are our cost drivers? And what is that index? And are we above or below that? Just a simple CPI comparison doesn't really, I know it's not ill-intended by the creator of this report. I'm more concerned about, as Michael said, some legislator who's going to pick this up and not understand the intricacies of what we do and what we purchase and say, by gosh, they're wasteful because they're above the CPI. It's just too simplistic of a comparison. So I appreciate that. It's a difficult question on the funding, the operations versus capital, because of what I call the churn of money. Where's the money coming from? Every dollar I spend on operations, I got to come back the next day and spend it again, and it's burned immediately. As the service is consumed, that dollar is burned and a new dollar has to be created. Whereas when you're purchasing capital, I'm buying a bus, I don't have to spend that dollar again for 12 years. If I'm buying a station, 20 years. If I'm building a facility, maybe 40 years. So it's that, where's that money coming from? Just the existing money, shifting one from the other is just going to change the rate of the burn. We need more money to make it happen.
Juan Matute, UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies. Thank you, Carrie, for bringing up roadway pricing. I don't think it's discussed enough in these types of settings. And because it's not discussed enough, I don't think people always have the language or the understanding to discuss it. And I see in the report, it talks about as a line, potential and increase in managed lanes. And I think that's good. But I often see, because there's just not enough discussions about pricing, people often will conflate some sort of system management with just the idea of VMT pricing or a road user charge or something that's flat. And those are two very different concepts. One, a flat VMT fee is a value redistribution. So it doesn't really create any value, it just moves money from somebody who's driving to a government agency to redistribute it. Whereas congestion pricing, so this is where the price is used as a tool to make sure that the roadway is operating at maximum efficiency. And can actually carry more cars in many cases, which is one reason that sometimes people who are wanting reductions in VMT don't like this aspect of road pricing. That takes that is a value creation type of measure, because it takes these, we have, there's a lot of resources that exist, but at the margins, people and firms and companies can invest few resources, time and money. And people use their time to make money, people use their money to be able to make determinations about how they spend their time. And allowing people to use money to buy back time, you actually create value for them. And so that's a totally different type of strategy. It's a value creation and capture strategy, which is good, which is in here, but I want to make sure that I'm reinforcing that it should be a managed lanes type of revenue source. A road user charge or flat VMT fee, fine too, but that's a very different type of political strategy. And then also because it doesn't necessarily create the operational benefits of a less congested roadway environment for transit users, and send price signals to say, hey, you are traveling through an area where geometrically we just can't fit so many cars. Transit works really well in those types of areas where geometrically you want to fit a lot more people through a right of way. So it creates those extra incentive to create a virtuous cycle through those types of corridors, in addition to the revenue. So the reliability is one of those things, but also the increase in demand. In addition to the revenue, in addition to leaving people who are paying the price, self-selecting into paying the price, often better off than they were because they're making an exchange of money for time. It would need to be done in a way that's equitable, making sure that if people are then using more time to travel in the general purpose lanes, they know and have access to the transit alternatives, all those caveats aside, from a design standpoint, it's a very different type of policy. And wanted to reinforce that and say yay.
Thanks, Juan. And we'll go with Kate with our last comment on this item.
Yeah, so just, I think, we should blow the roof off of congestion pricing period. It should be parking, it should be cordon, it should be tolling. All of those things have been shown to really, influence mode shift. And there's in some of those areas, there's revenues left over to help with transit operations. And then the other thing that I wanted to just remind us of, and I've talked about it a couple meetings ago, and I don't know how this necessarily translates into a new revenue source, but leaning in on incentivizing the construction of affordable housing near transit stations. I think transit does it better than housing. We do it in a way that really supports the system that a developer may not be thinking of. There's opportunity to generate revenues from commercial development, mixed use within those developments. And I have some revenues that I'm sitting on now, hoping to buy a piece of property. The city does not, and I'm being sort of pushed back on and not, being asked not to do that. So I think the state could really step up and have policies and programs that really support that effort. And it could come with revenues. Where else? I definitely also would like to, I'm a tiny little system, but I have a homeless problem. And so we need support for that too. And while I can't say that my system was interrupted because someone cut my line, I do have problems of people doing things like leaving deer carcasses on my bus stops. This is not fun to deal with either. So a person does not want to go to the bus stop with a dead deer there. So, yeah. There was a hunter that killed the deer, cleaned most of it, and then left the rest of it. So yeah, that was.
Was your fare like a buck?
I feel like there's some. Oh, that is like the worst dad joke I've ever.
On that note, I think we will close the discussion. Really appreciate everyone's comments. I think there's a lot for us to take back. One thing that I will just suggest, and there's a lot that we heard today, but if there are particular things that any of our task members want us to dive into deeper, have our staff, have our technical working group dive into to present in subsequent meetings, please let us know. We can definitely do that work to better, kind of arm this group as we, get into the discussion. Kind of going back to where we were with respect to our kind of cadence to get to our final report. I think the revenue piece obviously will require quite a bit more discussion to ultimately get there. I think that will be, what I would call the third chapter of probably what we present, to this group more on that like August, September timeline before we can really solidify around how this task force wants to address that issue. But I know we are pressed against time, so I'm going to ask that we punt our 7th item, discussion of capital construction costs and timelines, to our next meeting, just so we have enough time to actually have a robust discussion around that. So with that, I'd like to move on to our next item of just public comment for items not on the agenda. So if I could turn that over to Mike, in case there's anyone in the room or anyone online who would like to comment on items not on the agenda.
Mark, people in the audience or room that like to make a public comment. Not seeing any. Rachel, do you have anyone on Zoom that would like to make a public comment?
We have one on Zoom, so I'll go ahead and unmute Ian. And you may speak now.
Sorry, that's a leftover hand. I don't have a comment.
Thank you. We don't have any other comments on Zoom.
Thank you, Rachel.
Great. Well, let's go to our next slide. So just as we close out today, and again, great discussion today. Really appreciate everyone's time as always. I know it's a lot to get out to these meetings and take time away from your days, but I think all your contributions have been really, really helpful, and that gives us a lot to take back. Just in terms of our homework, just any additional topics that task force members want us to capture in our next meeting or subsequent meetings, please let us know. Please share those with the team in the SB 125 inbox. Similar to what I mentioned before, if there is anything specific on funding that you'd like us to do a deeper dive on, please let us know so we can get started on that work. Whether it comes up next meeting or a meeting thereafter, it may take us a bit of time to put those together. But definitely want to hear from you just to make sure that we are, again, arming you with the information that you need to help kind of drive this conversation forward. Additionally, if there are any, well, actually, I'll just kind of do a little bit of walkthrough of what we anticipate, seeing in our next meeting, more to come on that. But we will take some of the comments earlier about the discussion on the report outline. I think that's going to be really important for us to get clarity from the task force on what that's going to look like as we drive forward. So definitely want to bring that back up next meeting. Also, we will take the feedback of presenting what our recommendations might look like, just in terms of the form. So you can also give us feedback on, is that how you'd like recommendations to be presented? We will address the capital cost discussion that we didn't get to today. We will also be addressing transit accessibility, kind of how we can help support people with disabilities in our aging community through our transit systems. So that will come up. And then a number of our items that we have punted from previous meetings in terms of recommendations for this body to convene on, we will come back with those. So please, email any of those comments that you might have, suggestions that you might have by February 17th. Hopefully even earlier than that, if you have ideas fresh out of this meeting, that will allow us to jump on things much earlier. Our next meeting, Transit Transformation Task Force meeting number 9 is scheduled for March 11th in Sacramento. And again, if there are any comments, please send those through to our email box, sb125transit@calsta.ca.gov. Any last comments for the group before we wrap? Carrie.
Just, even if you're still deciding locations and such, it just, given that it's summer, it would be really great if we at least knew dates. And I know the two are somewhat intertwined, but like to the best of your ability, or weeks even, right? Like something that helps us plan.
We'll get something out to you ASAP.
Okay.
Hopefully, we'll try to get a communication out to the task force on the rest of the year schedule. end of mid next week, I think is 5.
Okay, Marcus, is your last meeting?
TBD on that. We will see, still working through transition, but it's been, definitely great, working with you all. Obviously, support the work that we're doing here. We have a great team, behind all of this. So, definitely, we will keep the momentum, going as we move forward. And then,
Recommendation is the product and the process to the end of the next meeting, so we can really spend more time with the substance of the funding conversation and other policy issues.
okay, yeah.
And I just wanted to, wasn't clear that we were gonna talk about funding next time, because you listed off some other topics. I hope that we can start with funding next time and kind of what you've heard from today. Not that it's the last conversation on funding, but I kind of concur. I hate to have that be at the end. Or to jump a few more meetings before we even revisit and come hear back what you heard from today.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be a key point of discussion, probably in every single meeting that we have until we're able to really get to something that our task force can agree upon. Some of it, just to be frank with you all, is gonna be dependent on what asks you have of us to ultimately put together analysis to kind of arm you again for the discussion, because we do want to make sure that we continue to kind of drive that discussion forward. Lots of great feedback today of things that I think we can take back. But yeah, point well taken. All right, and with that, we'll go ahead and close our meeting. Thanks, everyone.